Hey everybody!
Whee! We're back.
Roundabout Cast 88. It's been 72 years.
I gave this an official code name. This is Roundabout Cast, what I call it, Double Vertical Infinity.
And you might have just solved the question of what am I going to title this episode right there. So,
That's the name.
thank you, Joe, coming in hot. And while you're at it, Joe, let's just jump right into it. What have you been up to? Also, I'm joined. Yeah, everybody's here. Tyler's also here.
I've had a bunch of life stuff, more than actual things that we usually discuss.
Oh, you can talk about your life stuff. Oh, you have one there in there.
I got a few, but first off, my sister got married last month.
Woo!
At the end of the month, which is one of the reasons why this is pushed back so far from our last podcast.
Yeah, that's worth mentioning. We had storms into weddings into COVID, a true combo.
Oh my god!
It was it was like every disaster you could possibly have to delay something.
Yeah, Tyler's coming off of a bit of a COVID stint. Which who gets COVID in the year of our Lord 2024? But
dude, it was my first time, man.
Yeah, everybody gets one.
Yeah.
I guess.
Everybody gets one.
Who amongst us is still pure?
I'm pure.
Pure. I don't know if it was a flu or COVID what I got, because I got a test that was yes and a test that was no. So
that's the thing. What if we got it, but then
you know
there
what's
were
even
just no
crazier?
symptoms?
Is we went to Disney World and a friend of ours got the flu and COVID. This is a friend that stayed in the same suite I stayed in with a bunch of other friends of mine. Sat next to me on the plane. We walked around the parks together and we just kind of ate we would share food. I didn't get COVID or the flu, and she was dying.
Immune, actually immune.
I'm the plot device character in zombie films that they need to get to the lab to extract.
We have to extract Joe's cum.
And then they're like, we have to kill him for his cum.
That's the plot of The Last of Us, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways.
I've seen some animated movies that have that plot.
Back to your sister's wedding.
My sister got married. She got married in North Carolina at this beautiful Christmas tree farm. I was sending y'all's pics and Snapchats, and it's real gorgeous. It was a great wedding. Nice, easy breezy 30-minute ceremony in the nice North Carolina heat. And we had. I want y'all to guess what our dinner was.
Oh,
dude, what the hell? This could be anything.
Wait,
Shrimp.
I'm so engaged. Okay, hold on. Here's the question though. Who paid for dinner? That's
a good question.
Who paid for dinner?
Well, it was my sister's wedding, so we would have paid for dinner.
All right. Who decided on dinner? Your sister?
I'll give you a hint. It was a sister section and there was a groom section, not my now brother-in-law section. They both chose two different plates, more or less.
Was it a North Carolina specialty?
No. We're on question number 4, by the way, so keep going.
We're running out.
Anybody else?
No, you're doing good. I got nothing. You gotta go.
Is it something you can get in Texas?
Yes.
Texas.
It's not gonna be barbecue, right? That's not that.
I mean, that is the go-to #1 wedding food. You go to a wedding in Texas, they're gonna have barbecue.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But I'm thinking I want to say Cane's.
I want to say chicken fingers.
Chick-fil-A?
No. What? No.
Chicken Express.
Not a fast food.
Not a fast food.
For the wedding, no. Well, okay, fair.
It's a fast food company did not cater the wedding.
I gotta ask.
All right, if it's not chicken fingers, it was sliders. You had sliders at the wedding.
Chicken breasts.
Ooh.
Johnny Carino's.
What the fuck? Okay, next bit. What was it?
Okay, so they had 2 plates. My brother-in-law is from Wisconsin. Yes, it's from Wisconsin. So they have bratwurst and buns, so kind of like bratwurst hot dogs. And then my sister had chicken and waffles.
That's fun.
And then some really crispy fries, which were fucking amazing. and it was like a buffet kind of setup. So they were just like, food's ready, and you just went up there and grazed basically the entire time. And
Nice.
Sounds
very
pretty
good.
dang good. Yeah.
I ate 2 chicken and waffles. I was very happy.
Wow. Growing
Yes.
boy.
Yes, but we had a great time. Saw a lot of family. We had a solid 12-hour travel day going up and a solid 6-hour travel day coming back, with flights and cars. And we also saw Joe Biden and President Trump's parade or like escort going to the debate in Atlanta, because that's where it was at the time.
Notably, this is recorded like a day or two after Joe Biden has pulled out of the race, so you can blame Joe, I guess.
Yeah, I cursed him. But it was a fun wedding. We had a great time. So that was like a big kind of like stress part of my life. But moving on to other things.
Speaking of life stuff, the president almost got or the ex-president almost got assassinated the other day.
Yeah, that's also true.
That's the world we're living in the time of this podcast.
That's like one of 4 borderline equally like shocking events that have happened in the past week or two. There's too much stuff happening.
I once saw a tweet where it's like, I'm just tired of living through historic events.
Jesus. We've gone through the first pandemic in the world, I think, in like almost 100 years.
Good.
Like, yeah.
At the prime of our youth.
Yeah, we also went through an attempted assassination of a former president. Public assassination, I'd just say.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of crazy in general.
Or was it? Okay, anyways,
we'll move on.
Oh wait, I have a
Okay.
I have a slight comment about that that is hopefully not political.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh boy.
I love how much the news cycles are focusing on a 20-year-old. I'm like, it's like at this age that I'm at now, I'm like, dude, like I remember what I was doing when I was 20. Are y'all really taking this seriously?
As in, like, that are they saying a 20-year-old like too young or a 20-year-old like too old?
They're treating this 20-year-old like it was a professional, I feel like, or just like a super big deal. I'm like, dude, this guy's 20. Like, this is on par for American.
The FBI, the FBI's over there. We got nothing on this guy. No previous jobs, no associates.
Yeah.
Where did he come from?
I'm reading news articles like the last thing the shooter looked up on the internet before he left his house was porn.
Yeah.
I'm like,
he's 20.
What else did you expect of him?
I'm very. It's a baffling news cycle, man. That's all it is.
Oh yeah.
It's
interesting.
Election season.
His race isn't brought up this time for some reason. I think that's pretty neat.
Or his political party affiliation.
Conveniently, some stuff gets left out when it's certain groups, but they're very emphasized with others. But anyways, that's besides the point. Joe,
I saw so many posts on Instagram that were like, kind of attacking one side or the other. And then they started revealing a lot of information about him, and everybody I stopped seeing those posts very shortly after.
Bro, I don't trust anything on the internet anymore. It's just bots talking to each other. Like, it's
dead ass.
Yeah, it's like, why do I even like do anything? Like,
everything is an ad. You're being advertised to nonstop. Even when it's just an individual person and it doesn't say advertisement, and they're like, look at this beautiful location that you should visit. Look at this great hotel. That's an ad. They got paid to go there. Humans are walking billboards.
Well, they do have to disclose if it's actually an ad, but I'm sure there's ways to go around that.
They do not have to disclose that. If a hotel paid for their visit and gave them a free trip and they said, come check out this hotel, they do not have to disclaim that.
Right, well, it's like they're not paying for the ad, but they're winking and nudging on the shoulder to advertise for them.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah.
In completely unrelated news, this podcast is brought to you by Canes.
Hey,
I would
fingers in your play.
I would be the biggest shill in the world if Canes fed me. Like, oh my god, please.
I'll tattoo my forehead.
Will you eat free canes?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. You just seem such. You seem like it's hurting you.
If you have free food, you can just say like, I'm only eating this food and then eat nothing else.
Yeah, you could be like Jam and Chipotle, like you'd just be locked in.
Yeah, just lock it in.
Is he sponsored by Chipotle?
No, he just loves Chipotle.
No, but at the same, well, I mean, he's like in their ads
when they did the Chipotle like Street Fighter bit.
I literally saw Evo ads with Jam and a Chipotle employee advertising.
Oh, did they?
Yes,
Did not know that.
He's owned by Chipotle.
Damn, that boy's Chipotle cooked. Anyways, can I somehow get back to my topics? I don't have a good subject.
I don't know. I got some other side tracks to do, but all right.
Okay. Well, we'll save them. We'll leave them for later.
Okay.
Okay. So coming off the heels of my Warhammer 40,000 tournament that I did, Games Workshop sent out an update for the entire game edition on its like 1 year anniversary, basically, for 10th edition. They did two things. One, they created a new pack of missions, which essentially tell you how you should set up your your game board, and how you need to score points for each individual mission of the game. Very different from the previous set of missions, which is really nice because it spices things up after the year of playing these decks. But also in addition, they did this huge balance data slate where they basically touched every army of the game and gave them huge either touch-ups, nerfs, whatever. Unfortunately, that means my army that I played got fucking nerfed to hell. Like, straight up. Yeah. They straight up went from a 55% win rate to a 44% win rate.
What did the orcs do?
Well, a lot, actually. They had a really strong unit that was really cost efficient and was just really hard to get rid of during our super turn. So they increased the points cost of that unit, and they nerfed the ability that made them super durable. So they basically they can ignore damage on a roll of 4 or higher, and they changed to a 5 or higher now, which is significant. The other thing is, what's up?
0 to 1 is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's true. The other thing is that they nerfed was that my detachment that I usually run, they basically took the main rule of that and just basically made it awful. You basically lose your ability as soon as you get to half health on all of your units, which sucks. Yeah. They also reduced our consistency as well. So now it's kind of not worth running that detachment. I'm hoping that they might reconsider things and change some things because I think it's a bit of an over nerf. But I'm not gonna deny that the list was strong. Like when we got home and we started playing like round robin each other, it was very much just like, oh, your list is fucking crazy, Joe. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm just shrugging. I'm like, I'm just playing the rules of the game, man. Like, what do you want from me? I'm just a little boy.
What do you have what's your next army gonna be since orcs got nerfed?
So, competitively, that's a hard snare to be. The best thing to do is I can take the same list and put it into a different detachment, which is like a different set of rules you can run them under. It'll work okay. It'd probably be better for one or a few units, but it's not gonna be nearly as like oppressive as the previous one is. The last rule set basically made it so I could sit on an objective and force you to react to like attack me rather than me trying to pin you in your deployment zone. So it just made me a lot more passive, which I understand why they want to change it. Mm-hmm. So like I'm gonna have to probably shift over there and change a few things in and out of the army competitively wise. Hobby wise and everything else, I have switched over to my Space Marines because we're doing the narrative event, and the good thing about narrative events is that they're not necessarily competitive. It's just kind of like come up with a story for your army and start painting and building it, and come take it and you get to register it there. So that one's a lot more relaxed. I just have a lot of painting to do. It's all fucking yellow.
That's the story of your life right now.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance if you ask Joe what's up, he's gonna say I have a lot of painting to do right now.
Yeah, and like basically, I have this one project left on my classes I'm doing, and once I get my classes wrapped up, my free time back home is going to be more balanced towards like getting a few Space Marines painted and figuring out what's going to come to Atlanta with me. But overall, I think the new missions and everything are really cool. They're really fun. We've been enjoying playing them. I have some hesitance, but like we're really early into the meta, so we will have to see what happens. Also, I should mention, I say that Orcs lost like with that 44% win rate, but someone just won the next like big GT event through Games Workshop with Orcs. But then it was discovered that he cheated a lot as well. So it's like, it's a weird thing where like, there were such minor cheats, they just gave him point reductions to his overall scores, so he still technically won, but not as much by as much.
Well, what is this logic? Oh, you just minorly cheated 12 times.
Well, because a lot of the mistakes you could easily see as like very minor mistakes that you would have done by accident. So it like I can totally get it, but like it happens so consistently that it makes me go like, go on Games Workshop, what the fuck are you doing? This needs to get taken away, or this needs to be rethought. But I don't know, man. I think I'm hoping also they don't look at that. Yeah, I don't like it.
How are you? Okay, so I could understand how people can cheat. Like, someone can mark down that his entire army was painted and it wasn't, or something, you know?
Yeah.
But like, how do you go about like how is he cheating and how is it being corrected?
So basically, the way he cheated was there is a model called Gazcool. He's like a big fuck off model, and he can go into another model called a battle wagon. However, the battle wagon has restrictions saying like if you have these 3 guns, you cannot put that model in the unit. You can't put that model inside that truck, that wagon.
That's easy enough, I guess, to miss.
Yeah, and it's like, and that description is written on the very bottom part of the card for that unit. So like it's very easy to miss in like the Yu-Gi-Oh of text when they're describing how the transport works to like just go over that line by accident. Which is reasonable when you're playing a more casual environment. I don't think it's really reasonable when you're playing a competitive environment when this is one of your 4 major tournaments and you're expected to be like the best player there, right? I really don't like that at all. I can totally get like, okay, it happened once or twice, like, or something, but like if it happened in the literal last game, I think that's something that needs to like be brought up of like, hey, maybe we should not award this person the rewards. I don't know. That was literally this Sunday, so they might still be deliberating on like what they want to do, because they're much smaller and they're much newer to this competitive environment than other like gaming scenes like Magic and stuff like that. Like this has been their... Yeah.
I'll be frank, man. Like, it's kind of nerve-wracking to want to be a rule shark at these types of large events.
That's not me. I'm not nerve-wracked.
I know you're not. Like, I would love to have Joe next to me, like, looking at the rules, being like, not right. No, he can't do that. Like, I
really utilizing his talents here.
Yeah. We went to like the store we went to, and my friend played a pickup game, and the guy who was playing was describing his strategy, and he described something. I was like, that doesn't sound fucking right. And I looked up the rule, and he was wrong. And I texted my friends like, hey man, I'm not gonna tell you how to like play your game or whatever, but like if you want to call that guy out, here's the rules, here's the rule section, and just like, you know, just if you have any problems, just call me, because I had another game to go play. But yeah, I would be all over that shit, especially as an orc player, because I know what the army is like. I would be so mad. But anyways, Pariah Nexus is good so far, but we're still very early into its release, so we don't have a lot of data points on it just yet. But we're excited to see what's out there. That went on forever. I also watched Dexter season 1 or 2, thinking like, maybe I remember liking Dexter. I should try to rewatch it. I don't think this show is worth rewatching like at all.
I couldn't get past 3 episodes of Dexter when I tried that. There's just nothing there. I don't know.
It's the voice, the narration voice adds nothing to the scenes. Like very rarely is Dexter's like inner voice actually something meaningful. Like they're like, at one point they find one of the bodies that Dexter has killed, and he's sitting there looking at it, and then his like cop that works with him, he's like, "Man, Dexter, I can smell him. We're so close to finding this killer." And then Killer's head's like, "Yeah, he didn't realize that he was actually standing right next to him." And I'm like, I can fucking see him. I understand irony.
Dexter looked at the camera and said, "Dramatic irony, wink."
I was just like, oh god.
Do y'all feel like Barry kind of ruined Dexter?
A little bit. Barry had nuance to it. But like, actually,
I need to watch Barry season 4.
Oh my god.
I think a lot of things ruined Dexter. Like, Dexter's just trying to be edgy for no reason.
And we haven't even gotten to the incest and lumberjack shit.
Well, I don't even know that. I haven't even gotten that far.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I probably won't ever, so don't worry about it.
Apparently there was a new Dexter remake boot.
They're a prequel. It's called Dexter First Blood. That's dumb. I'm like, whatever. Anyways, I just thought I'd bring that up and just avoid all the good
fun share.
Yeah. And then I read a bunch of X-Men comics. So much in fact that I was just like, if I actually talk about all these, it's going to be about another hour and a half. So I made a post in our Discord, our friend Discord, about what I read. The overall summary of that is
I can throw this, Joe, if you would like your post blogged. I can throw it in the comments of this video.
That would be sick. But my overall recommendations are as follow. Willer, I think you would really like Astonishing X-Men. I think that has a lot of like things you would really like in terms of themes and just kind of style.
Right.
Bradley. I'm currently reading Wolverine and the X-Men.
I do like Wolverine.
I think you would really like that. So in that, basically, Cyclops and Wolverine have this huge following out, and they split up from each other. Cyclops is going to lead the one section of the X-Men that are trying to like get a foothold and like establish their own nation. Meanwhile, Wolverine is like, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't think we should be raising kids to fight. I think we should be teaching them how to protect themselves and like live in the world and like go about as Jean Grey is dead at this point, as like Jean and Charles Xavier would want them to live. And he goes back and makes this the Xavier School, or is now the Jean Grey School of Gifted Kids.
Whoa.
And he is now the headmaster of that school, and it's him and Kitty Pryde and Bobby Drake, aka Iceman, running the school. It's been pretty good so far. There's some shenanigans to it, but I think overall it's been a fun read. I've really liked it. I'm unfortunately getting to the part, however, where it's like Avengers versus X-Men, and I'm like, I really don't want to read another event because I'm tired of events. I think events are the worst things in comics.
Joe said, "I'm tired of living so many life-changing events."
True. Well, like, the way events work is that, like, they basically, like, you have, like, all right, this is the X-Men. This whole line of books is just about the X-Men. And then let's say if you get to the point where it's, like, Avengers versus X-Men, that line of books gets interrupted, and you have to start reading Avengers at that point in order to understand what's happening in your X-Men storyline.
Yeah, I was watching the Cosmonaut video that probably got you into like this mood. Where he goes over like how to get into the X-Men, and this seems so annoying. Like,
oh my god, it's the good. I have the Marvel Unlimited app, and that thankfully puts them all in order, and like is this like just click this and you can start reading and you can read the events. It's like cool, but it's like. I hate it so much. Like, you don't understand. Like, it's so annoying. And the other thing is, too, is that, like, if a person that's in charge of that event doesn't write for those characters that are in the other, like, book lines, like, if the person writing X-Men doesn't really understand the X-Force line of books, those characters feel really fucking off. And it's just, it would be like if Dragon Ball Z and One Piece had a crossover event, but then Akira Toriyama wrote all the Straw Hats, essentially.
It's the classic comics conundrum.
Yeah.
The Triple C.
But that being said, I think, Bradley, you would like Wolverine, X-Men. You probably need to read Schism first.
There's the kicker. You gotta read this.
And you know what? Speaking of Wolverine, I'm excited to watch Deadpool and Wolverine in a couple days.
Oh yeah, that's coming out.
Same. That's the other thing is that we're about to go see that, so like that also put me in the mood. But yeah, I think like Tyler, I don't think there's any comic book in the world that I could recommend to you.
Lucky.
Yeah, the only one that would be a maybe would be House of X and Powers of 10, and that's like a hard maybe. But even then, that shit is got some real weird in betweens of their of the chapters. But yeah, I really enjoyed my X-Men journey. Check out what I have at the bottom there in our comments.
Joe, I have a weird question for your X-Men segment. Who is your favorite Avengers in that crossover event? Like who's written the best, or like what's your favorite Avenger character in that chapter?
Everyone's written so bad in that event. It's like real bad.
Man, no saving grace, not a one.
Like I just, it's because it's very forced. Because essentially, this event is the point in which Disney's like, okay, we're gonna stop putting the X-Men in exile now. We're going to bring them now more into the limelight because we're going to acquire the license. Yeah. So it's like everyone's kind of forced into this really awkward situation that like. It just doesn't make any sense. And like Cyclops is like super down, like he's like really grumpy mode, and not like in a fun way either, which is really sad. And like I understand why your entire species went from 2 million people to 200 in the span of 24 hours. So yeah, I just like every time it's come up in Wolverine versus X-Men, I'm like fuck, I have to deal with this bullshit now. I'm not reading the whole event. I'm just reading what I can see. So I might go back and read it later, but it's like I wouldn't say it's a forced like reason for like why they're fighting, but it's also just kind of like not nuanced enough for me, if you know what I mean.
It's like, yeah, I could read these X-Men comics, or I could read like 20 manga on my to-read list that are written by one person. They're one vision. I'll like it or I won't. I don't have to worry about nothing. And that's beautiful.
True. That's why I think the Astonishing X-Men issues that I mentioned are really good. Like, I got to the end of that run and was blown away. I was like, I love this so much. Like, whenever I think X-Men, I think that team and, like, what they did.
Yeah, but then they named the follow-up, I was reading your recommendation, Giant Astonishing X-Men. Get real.
So,
or
that's
like
just
super size.
That's just the size of the book because it's the finale of the story arc. That entire series.
Goofy name.
So it's like, well, it's a throwback to like the original giant size X-Men that restarted the whole series essentially with Chris Claremont. So it's like basically like it's like double or triple the size of a normal comic book issue.
Gotcha.
Which is why it's called.
Can you imagine if they named things like after the size of the book that it was bound into? Like the medium-sized Hobbit. It's like a Hobbit's a short guy. You know, like why is he a medium-sized one? The slightly longer Lord of the Rings, and then the big. Then they got the big it. What is it?
The big it. The tiny pocket-sized Bible.
I need all those that.
Yeah,
they do name Bibles after the size.
Yeah, they do actually. Anyways,
Bibles and comic books, similar naming scheme.
Yeah,
makes you think.
Similar writing qualities. Okay, so I'll go up next. So mine's old. Like I beat another Crab's Treasure, which is the Crab Souls like I was talking about. I wanted to bring up. This might be the game I broke the most out of like any game in recent memory, in multiple ways. One, sequence breaking, just casually doing like skipping half-level sequence breaks by looking at the environment and be like, can I swim over there? Yeah, I can. And then I'm like, well, shit, I'll loop back around and do the level backwards and have like a fun little experience doing that because I want to see what I missed because it is worth like finding stuff in this game. But also in combat-wise, I just created a build that made this game such a joke. Like, it's not like an easy game. It's not a hard, like, Souls-like game, but it is, like, fairly challenging. but I just broke the shit out of this. At a certain point in the game, so the way the game works is like you have a mana bar that's like a bunch of little pips, and you use that mana bar to either use the shell that you have equipped spell, and like you're a hermit crab, so you're like swapping that shell like mid combat and stuff, or like you could put the shell into your fork and swing a hammer instead, so you change your moveset, so you can kind of like swap two shells, but you can also use these like umami spells that you get from like the ocean's currents and whatnot. Umami. And you unlock one called the Mantis Punch, and you can upgrade each one of those 3 times, and the second upgrade of the Mantis Punch is the first one even is you get full armor while performing it. It's like, okay, this is an incredibly strong attack. The last update of it like teleports you in front of the enemy and then does the punch. So it's like, okay, I can't be stopped. I can't miss it. And then I just made my build such that, like, anytime I heal, I would restore 4 out of my 7 pips, and you need 3 of those pips to do Mantis Shell. So I would do Mantis Punch. So I would punch, heal, have more than I need to do another punch, heal, have more than I need to do another punch. So I would just, like, face tank every boss with these shrimp punches. It was fun, and I figured it out by myself. But that game seems very breakable. Good time. Street Fighter 6 Season 2 started, but that was like forever ago at this point. But yeah, I was playing some, been jumping back on. It's been great, as usual. Not much to say there. Haven't fought much Bison, who's the newest character since, but at this point I was fighting a lot of Akuma. I was going to talk about how scary that guy is. He's got very little health comparatively to the rest of the cast, but he moves insanely fast. Like his walk speed... just bro's cracked out. He's in and out of your zone and like your effective areas. So fast. Yeah, and he's got good damage to boot. So that damage, like, or his like low health doesn't really matter too much. Joe, I read a little bit more Undead Unluck, and I got just a little bit more. I got to the point where it's really setting up that event that I think you've been hyping up, where the story actually starts. But basically, it's the last big thing that Andy does with Rip and Lotla.
Yes.
And Rip is like one of my favorite characters of the story, so is Lotla. So that was like, we went from like what I considered easily the worst part of Undead Unluck, which was like the Seal fight and Lucy and stuff like that. To what I considered like one of the most like emotional high beats. So like I feel like I'm right there at the cusp of a very big event that they're telegraphing.
You're about to basically hit like Marineford, essentially, or you're at Marineford and you're about to like, it's a very ambitious second half of a manga.
I imagine well, like they set up the stakes, and it's like that explains also like why so many weird events happens in the first half, because it's like we're going to address all of that in a new way.
Yeah, and like that's the thing, like, and Undead Unluck, I think Undead Unluck's like weakness is that I think some of his like dialogue or structuring isn't all there. Like it's a little bit janky at times.
Yeah, it's a jank story, but it's fun.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you can very be like, you knew where this was going from the start. Like you had an understanding of like how your world was built, how it was going to operate, and what you wanted to do, and at least get, if anything, get to this event in your story and then call it over, right?
And it's not like you rush to it necessarily, because like it's gonna be like 120, 130 chapters into the story before it happens. So I think that's pretty cool.
No, I don't think he rushed it, but like definitely like there's definitely some events that just like this came out of fucking nowhere. Why is this person acting the way they're acting?
Just killed off a main character and now they're a zombie version of themselves for the rest of the story. I'm like, huh? Like, this is like, so weird. It's just such a weird story, but the takeaway, Joe, is I get to see my favorite character, Anna Un again, the manga artist. That's the first thing I thought of is like, yes, okay, I'll get to see them after all of this, which is everything I could ask for. Go ahead.
I haven't read a lot of Undead Unluck because it's a manga that I have found that if I don't read an arc in like a full session, I'm going to forget what the fuck happened in the last chapter because it's like, because of the way that like the guy like tells a story, sometimes I'm like, what happened? at one point, people were someplace. I'm like, how the fuck did we get here? And I had to go back. Like, yeah.
You know what makes that worse? When you get on a plane and travel and read some Undead Unluck, but then you download 10 chapters ahead of where you were, and you don't realize that you were 10 chapters ahead.
Yeah.
This happened to me with Undead Unluck, and it was the part where Fuko is in the submarine captured by Under. And I was like, how the fuck did we get here? What is happening? And I just assumed it was normal Undead Unluck. So I read like almost all the spring arc, or like leading up to the spring arc, and then went back and read like that chunk of her being in that boat. It was weird.
I love that spring arc, by the way.
Yeah, that was great. For sure.
That was fantastic. Anyways, I think Undead Unluck is really fun. I have an idea, like if we were to ever do our anime tier list again, like we always say we do, I have an idea where like I would try to pitch it and try to keep
I know where it goes.
there.
I know where it goes.
Yeah.
It's where it needs to be.
Yeah, but I definitely like it's just like it's a fun read. It's a fun time. But good. I'm glad you're about to like get to that breaking point.
About to is a relative term. But hey, I have less games to play now, and Survivor, as I'll talk about later, is I've watched all the Survivor I basically planned on, so I have time to read manga again. The last thing I wanted to bring up is I've been playing Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. This is the re-release of Shin Megami Tensei 5. I am almost done with it. If it wasn't for ZZZ coming out, I probably would have beaten it by now. And it's... I really like Shin Megami Tensei 5. I think it's a great game. I think Tyler would love the combat in this game. It's definitely like the best turn-based combat system. It's up there with Octopath 2.
Ooh.
But he looked at the UI and he said, it's not as good as Persona, so he got huffy. So there goes
like,
that.
Honestly, though, like, it's the same stuff, you know?
But Persona's Persona. Like, this has to be a little grungier. Persona gets to be flashy. But... The point is, the core combat is great. The demon fusion and team management. The team management is chef's kiss. So there's some bosses where I like die and then I have to like sit there and like really consider every single team member I'm bringing and like what strategy I'm going to use before I even try to attempt it again. It's a great vibe. But my main problem I had with it the first time, it was a Switch game, so it wasn't like running at the max it could, but
it was poopy.
Makes you think about your Switch console.
It's there for when I need it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Shin Megami Tensei on Steam?
Yes, that's where I play it.
It just came out on Steam.
Okay.
Shin Megami Tensei 5, the first time was a Switch exclusive. It was like exclusive to the Switch.
Yeah.
This is on everything now. And it's got a new... So I did not like Shin Megami Tensei 5's story. Like, it was cool. A lot of cool concepts. Like, a lot of cool mythology and lore.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like... But it's the most non-nuanced take you could get on that. Where it's like, the game doesn't have a good or evil route. It has law or chaos. But guess what? Everyone on the side of law is a dickbag angel. Like, literally every single one of them. And they all act the same. And then, like... Some demons are evil as hell. Some of them are just quirky little guys. So it's like, okay, so there's clearly a bad team, and then a team that's like variant and like different from one another, and like not as cohesive of a unit. Which I guess fits like law and chaos. But they went out of their way to be like, okay, if everyone in law is going to be uniform, we still made them all assholes. So you're still not going to like that side anyway. So it's like, cool.
Real ACOD feelings there.
Yeah, very. But like. Even then, like, the characters that side with the law, like, even the humans that are, like, law-aligned, have the lamest, like, character arcs. So this one has a different storyline where the main draw is there's 4 hot demon women who want to kill you. And they're new, and they're, like, terrorizing you as you go through the game, and they look so sick. Like, these designs are so godlike, and I might share them after I'm done talking here. And then there's a new party member who is, like, the biggest little edgelord high school girl. She's like... She's like someone you'd see in Chainsaw Man, where she's like, cars are cool, but you know that cars kill more people than everyone every year. How come we still keep driving cars? don't tell your person getting bullied to like persevere. We should just kill their bullies. Like that's the kind of person that she is. And I'm like, huh.
The average Chainsaw Man reader.
Average Chainsaw Man reader female is this character. And the game is like, okay, so you got this 4 hot demon like God Hand from Berserk of women, but it's like the God Hand has 5 people. And then you have Edgelord Chan over here who's working alongside this. I'm like, wonder where this is going. And to Edgelord Chan's credit, before she Griffiths, she actually does turn around. We show her that there's value to humanity, but she does get like then possessed and joins the God Hand after. So I was right, but thankfully like her character actually goes through a kind of a gratifying character arc there. So that was pretty nice.
That's nice.
So the story is very much improved, but it still has like a lot of the things that make it like less interesting for the setting, where it's like, yep. It's cool though, because it's like the way they deal with Christianity is like, okay, so technically any god or demon can rule the world, right? But a pretty close to Christian, he's actually technically a offset of Christianity called Gnosticism. Pretty close to that is what's currently ruling the world, because he took the throne of the Empyrean. But any other demon could. So Lucifer kills God and then sets up this like game for whoever's going to like reshape the world, and you're going to try to do it, because now that God is dead, man can reunite with knowledge, like some Garden of Eden shit, which means like humans can now fuse with certain demons and become godlike, right, and then become gods that can change humanity. So in the first game, it's like, where you're going to create a world of law or chaos now that you've taken over the throne at the end. This game doesn't, like, you're still going to go recreate the world, but it's very much about, like, stopping this God Hand group. So it's a bit different. It is better, but it's not, like, fantastic. So it's kind of a letdown there. But gameplay-wise, it's even better than the first one, because it's got more mechanics, so it's got that going for it. So it made the strong part stronger, and it made the weak part a little bit less weak. So far very good. Also, the music's so damn good. Another small disappointment is like you go to a lot of the same areas, and these are like dense zones to explore. It's not open world, but like they're very well crafted maps where like, how the fuck do I get on top of that building? And you have to like really look at the environment and figure out. So there's some cool environmental puzzles just by how they level design. Like pretty actually impressive kind of level design for a turn-based RPG, I will say. So that's pretty cool. That's all I got. Get those out of the way. Bradley or Tyler can take over next. Whoever.
Let me go.
All
Bradley's got a nice follow-up at the end, you know.
Go for it.
Let's see. I watched him. I'm gonna add another movie into this because I don't want to talk about it more.
Okay.
So the first movie I watched is Slotherhouse. This is a slasher movie that came out in 2023, I believe. Yeah, 2023. And this movie is about a sorority house where one of the girls is like the de facto president of the house, and another girl's like, maybe I could run for president, you know? And everyone's like, nah, screw you. You're not gonna win. So in an attempt to gain like a better following on social media to like help her win, she adopts a pet sloth to be the mascot of the house.
Oh boy.
Okay, but y'all, instead of doing like a CGI sloth or something, they made a physical puppet of this sloth.
That's way better.
Excellent.
And the movie is not taken seriously at all. Like, there are moments, like, there's a montage in the movie of the sloth killing a bunch of sorority girls. And then, like, in the middle of the murders, it's also, like, sitting on the lawn on rush day, like, tanning with another girl. Like, they treat this, like... the sloth is kind of like a Stewie Griffin character, where it's like, it doesn't talk, but they know that it's not just a sloth, you know?
That is so goofy.
It is a very goofy movie.
Extremely
the sloth
goofy.
is a fun zany character for a slasher character, I would definitely say you're not gonna sit down and watch this movie to have it be anything serious. But it was fun nonetheless. Like, I thought it was stupid at first, and I was laughing at the end of the movie with a lot of entertaining vibes. I liked it a lot more. I would say it's higher on my rating list than Bodies, Bodies, Bodies.
Oh,
ooh,
but you're
interesting.
But you're a known Bodies, Bodies, Bodies hater.
But I still hate that movie because it is kind of like, it's all the worst part. It's all the frustrating parts of a slasher movie without the slasher.
But that's what makes it fun.
To me, it's more of a murder.
It's so frustrating.
It's like a murder mystery horror kind of vibe.
There was no fucking mystery. I go, oh, it's what's his face?
Well, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Don't.
I go, oh, it's Pete Davidson, and they go, oh, this happened. And I was like, oh, I bet Pete did that to himself.
It's Peak. More like Pete Davidson.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, your hatred aside, this Slotherhouse feels like a dude look at the word slaughterhouse and then went, Slotherhouse, and then he went, wait. And that's it. That is the only thought that led to this movie.
I would say this is an S tier 1-star horror movie.
Delicious garbage.
Yes. Like, you are here for some garbage. It is delicious.
Okay. There's definitely room in life for some delicious garbage.
Yeah, so what else I got going on? I watched another movie, which I was really excited for. Because I saw a lot of advertisements and, billboards and physical advertisements when I was out in LA about it. Which was Infinity Pool.
You were excited for this.
I didn't see any trailers for it. I just saw all the physical advertisements. Came out last year. Watched it. I fucking hated this movie.
Woof.
I did not like this movie so much. It took me 2 days to watch it.
Damn.
Oof.
Rare.
Yeah. Hulu. So Infinity Pool is a very pretentious movie, not a horror film, not a maybe a thriller, but
maybe
not thrilling. Suspenseful, is that the genre I'm looking for? What genre would you say the menu was?
Black comedy.
Black comedy, suspense, thriller vibe, something like that.
I guess I guess to some people Infinity Pool would be suspenseful
if they're idiots.
So this movie is about a main character and his wife are on vacation, and they go meet this couple, and then they go on a day trip outside of a resort in a vague third world country. I think they actually invented a country for this movie.
I really hope you're right, because if you're wrong, you're gonna come out sounding like such an ass.
It's so bad. You know what? We're gonna call me out right now.
Let's fact check the podcast real quick.
What country did Infinity Pool take place? Oh, okay. I'm racist. It was in Croatia.
You don't know Croatia? Bruh. Anyways. Bro's never seen a soccer world tournament in his life, and it shows. Okay.
Oops, I was racist. I'm sorry.
At least we caught you before you were too racist, At least we steer your course corrected.
I've never read, the Croatian language.
Before you were these quirky little fake Croatians. No one acts like these idiots.
No, the country has nothing to do with why I hate the movie. The country is actually the best part of the movie, because, anyway, people are on vacation in Croatia, an area of the country that's kind of funded by outside tourism, because they have all these super fancy resorts, and they're don't go off the resort, that's where the bad people are, but it's just people just farming and shit. Anyway, the rich people, the main guy hits a farmer while he's drunk driving on the way back to the resort.
Yikes.
And then everybody's like, "Oh, we'll cover it up. We'll cover it up. Don't worry." And then like the 3 other people with him completely pin it on him, and he gets yeah. Like, what else would you expect to happen? It's a movie that really lacks writing and tries to cover it up with a lot of visual effects.
Is this from the vibe I got, I don't know much about this movie. Is this not like a body horror, like it has a lot of gore and like unsettling body stuff, or is that like the wrong vibe?
Probably. Yeah, no, that's actually more on the nose about it. I would say it's in the same genre as Midsummer, but Midsummer is just way better than this movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider Midsommar very scary, but it's unsettling.
It's exactly that. It's a very predictable movie, very pretentious with its metaphor that it's presenting. It's not a very satisfying movie to watch in any way, but it doesn't make you feel disgusted either. Would not recommend absolutely to anybody. Do not watch it.
No.
You'll be very bored because it's a very boring movie. Lastly, we've been playing League of Legends so much. I got Wheeler to re-update the League of Legends client.
So fucked up to do to a friend.
And not only did he play a League of Legends game mode with us, but I think you were up to like 2 or 3 in the morning playing with us
on a work day, I believe. It was a Friday. It was a Friday the next day, to be fair.
True. It was almost a weekend.
So I don't even like it that much. I just used the fact that it was Thursday to do it. No, I didn't play real League. I'm still a human being. I played League of Legends Swarm mode.
Which is a PvE 4-player Vampire Survivors. There's gotta be is it a bullet hell roguelike?
It's so fucking fun, whatever it is. Yeah. I've heard it called a bullet heaven.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard that term.
Why bullet heaven?
I think it's because it's the inverse of a bullet hell, where instead of like a bunch of bullets coming to kill you, there's a bunch of enemies you're sending out a shitload of bullets.
That makes sense. Fair enough.
Okay, that does make sense. So yeah. Oh yeah, because like in the Vampire Survivors trailer, it's like be the bullet hell.
Be the bullet hell.
You're sending all the damage out basically.
Yeah. Cool new. I don't know if it's a new genre.
It is sort of. Like we've made an innovative sort of new genre recently, which is pretty cool.
According to Wikipedia, Vampire Survivor in 2022 is the kind of like there were previous versions of this, but Vampire Survivor was definitely like the first one to really kind of like make the genre shine.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
And that
there's been like
that spawned Brotato.
Tried that.
Yeah, it spawned Brotato, which is by the Binding of Isaac guy. It's officially a thing, and now we have like Riot saw that immediately, saw that they could tweak their system and make it work, and they just went for it.
Y'all, I like it's so fun. It's so unique to like spin off. Sorry, it's not unique, but it's very unique to the League of Legends format. Like that they would go out of their way to make something like this.
To me, this is the kind of mode that a Pokemon Unite would make, where it's like, what they did, what? Like,
yeah,
but because it's League, they just did it really well. Exactly.
Not only did they make it as like a game mode, but they had like so much confidence in it that they put this game mode in with their summertime skin line reveal along with a champion release. Like, this is their peak summer event that they put out there, and they're like, yeah, we know this is gonna be a smash fucking hit.
And it has a storyline. It has like outside game upgrades, so it's got like a progression system and missions all to it. So it's definitely not half-assed.
I feel like more and more, in a personal opinion, this is a very good thing. We are moving away from multiplayer-based games that are more competitive focus and more cooperative focus for team-based play.
Yeah.
Which I like, because I'd rather play cooperative games with my friends than competitive games. Not saying that I don't like playing those. It's just like, if we're gonna have a game night, it's funner to like play Helldivers or something like Swarm together than it is to like get upset in 5v5s at each other.
But these are the children of Call of Duty Black Ops, where you have the zombie, or World at War even, where you have the zombie mode and you have the mode that you get mad at, right? And everyone's like, zombie mode has less legs, but you're gonna have a better time, and that's just like where we're going now.
Everyone talks about zombie mode from way back when. They never talk about the actual multiplayer competitive side of that game because it's
because MP40 Juggernaut.
It was Nazi zombies a bullet heaven?
No. What? Okay,
no.
We're getting
think about it.
No.
Think about it.
No.
Think about it.
No. I'm not.
Did you think about it?
If it was a bullet heaven, I didn't have to yell at my friend 4 times for dying in the first wave.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
upgrades?
Okay, just because League of Legends is a bullet heaven doesn't mean that I'm not getting revived 4 times every minute. Okay, this shit gets tough, and like, there was a difficulty curve when we beat the campaign once, and we went to like the first level of hard. Like, we got whooped.
Hard mode's great.
I like that there's a progression to it.
Yeah. I will say, I kind of don't like the upgrade system. I guarantee they're probably going to tweak that in the future.
I'd be open to tweaks to the upgrade system. Do you know how that works, Bradley? I don't know how much you've played, but it's like kind of complicated at first.
Yeah, because like once you get, like, you earn gold throughout just playing, but once you get full build, you start like really racking up gold, and then you can like spend it between attempts, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think Tyler means like the way that the items
I was specifically referring to the gold in between attempts.
Okay, I meant I could see them tweaking how the items in game works, because it's like
I'd rather tweak that, because I did not understand it in the slightest.
It's like
even after having it explained.
If you have certain passives, certain weapons can be fully upgraded. If you don't have those passives, those weapons have a cap. But you might want those passives regardless, because they might be good for your character. So it's kind of interesting, but it's also kind of like jank. I don't know. Like, it feels simultaneously unique, but also limiting.
I would like it if they kind of went crazy on that as well. I wouldn't be opposed to if you got one weapon and you required like to have this stat as an evolution, and then you evolve it into like a linear path. But then once it's hit that like evolve state, if you have another path like stat, you can also like branch it off into this specific version of it.
I'd rather them take it back one step. Every weapon can be upgraded depending on like what stat you have, or maybe a weapon has multiple skill trees it can go into, but so you don't have to have that one specific stat that maxes it out. You can have any one of these, and it'll just upgrade into a different variant of itself. I think that'd be more interesting.
It's a little it's nice. I think it's very cool for something free. There's 9 different characters to choose from that all play kind of differently. They have like some early game characters that are really strong, that are kind of squishy, that are like pretty consistent throughout the game, like Jinx. They have some late game scaling characters like Riven and Yasuo that are really hard to play earlier on, that are melee. They have some utility characters like Alawi and Aurora.
Seraphine too.
I don't know if Seraphine, she's not that utility.
I don't know, man. Being able to bury your way through stuff is just infinitely nice. Yeah. And she freezes the whole map when she uses her ult. Like, the whole map, I think.
I just hope they have, like... I hope they keep releasing champs and they put in my favorite ones.
That's, like, the biggest concern about this, is because all the characters selected have these anima skins or battle bunny or battle something skins. So they built all of TFT to revolve around skin lines. So like they can transfer in and out sections of characters based off of the skin line. So like they have the Shanghai Scrolls skin
Didn't
line.
actually know that about
Project
TFT.
skin line.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's that way they're able to like mix and match character passive abilities based off of like how they want the skin line to be, and they also flip the chromas as well on the characters. So like if they have the dark traits of characters, then they all have like purple or black chromas or something.
And it's cool. So like, you know, there was one set where KDA was a trait. So like all the KDA skins are a thing, and you have to like get all the pop stars together.
That's cool.
I just see a lot of expensive map work that's put into it, to be honest. Like, these 4 maps they made are pretty good.
Yeah.
They have a lot of, like, work put into that.
There's thought. There's also thought to like the small little details of the layout. Like that last map has some chokehold corners that you have to go through, and like the gimmicks of each map are pretty neat.
There's some good like there's a lot of writing that they put into it. There's a lot of good effort. There's matchmaking, like, obviously.
Most importantly, it's the co-op one. Like, they not only did they go for it, they're like, wait, we can be like the first one to do it co-op, and that we're just gonna be the one at that point because like we're gonna strike hard and fast. Yep. So good on them to seeing that market.
Will they keep the mode, or is this gonna be like an Earth kind of situation?
I think this is gonna be an Earth situation because they suffer from, I don't know. Arena's been here for a while, and I don't know if Arena is permanent or not. All I know is I hope they modify the upgrade system that just rewards you from playing the game more into more of like a skill tree or perk tree like League of Legends circa 2010. Where
let us unlock runes and then you have rune pages or something that fits League. Okay, and maybe not. I'll go away.
That's all I got. Yeah, it's fun. It's free.
What's the number 1 champ y'all want for this mode?
Ooh, it's a good question.
I know Poppy is like a Zoe, or I want either Zoe as a ranged champion or Poppy as a melee champion.
Okay, but what is Poppy like? So every character has their passive and their main skill. Here's my pitch. I want Nami, and her main skill is the water bouncing, and it's gonna work like a static shiv that also bounces to your allies and heals them. So like, it'll work like it does in League, but a hyper version where like it does a ton of bounces between your allies and the enemies. So that would be my Nami pitch. And then her ult's the wave, of course.
Of course.
Man, I'm thinking about it. I thought Cho'Gath would be cool. So like, then he's just based off of like area size, and your main skill is like a knock up around you, so it just knocks everything up, and you're constantly always sending out like Vorpal spikes. So I think area size and projectile count. I don't know if they have that combination of skills on characters right now, because all the characters that kind of revolve around area size don't really care about projectiles. So like Riven, Alawi, Leona, Briar, none of them have projectiles. Yasuo, maybe it's a decent stat, but it's not his main stat, you know. So.
Yeah. With Poppy Bradley, would she be like about wall slamming people, or would she be bouncing the enemies to like a location with the hammer swing?
Well, I was thinking about like grabbing her shield, but now that I think about it, Zoe would actually be pretty cool because you could have some like CC on the hordes because she has like her bubble that puts people to sleep. So maybe you can put a crowd to sleep to like back off a little bit. But then I think like her main deal is, you know, she can like steal spells from other people and use them. So maybe like if one of your teammates uses one of their abilities, maybe they'll drop a little bubble and you can get a use of it too or something.
That's cool. Yeah, maybe like your teammates just periodically drop like a bubble of their weapon and you get that weapon for a time.
There's something there.
So she would have like 5 weapons at any given time, just random.
Gets like a temporary extra one.
That's cool. And then Joe doesn't like this mode, so he doesn't get to pick.
Alas.
But it would be Samira.
That'd be cool.
Is it true? Am I right?
That would be such a good one.
Samira could pop off in this mode.
She would, her main stat would be duration for her ultimate. So
no, but when you pick Samira, it turns into a third-person action game.
I was gonna suggest that.
You play a Muso game if you pick Samira. It's gonna be jank and great. How come like everything around League right now is pretty cool? Like League of Legends, not a big fan, but like you get Arcane, you have this. You've always had Runeterra for the Runeterra crowd. You have 2XKO, the worst name fighting game of all time. So like like the League brand is being used to its full potential. I feel these days.
I think Runeterra got rid of its like competitive section.
Huh.
Like I think I think it's going like fully like PvE kind of a thing.
Ooh, that's weird. Never mind.
Weird.
Why?
What?
Wait, Legends of Runeterra?
Yeah.
Dude, so here's the thing. I hated when they added like the PvE like story. Well, it's not story, but it's like you go through these maps of PvE battles, and I kind of hated it at first. I kind of love it now.
Dude, those kinds of things are fun for card games because Teppen has one, and it's actually like genuinely super fun.
Yeah, I haven't really liked them in other digital card games, but I don't know. This one's really fun because as it goes, you'll get like little artifacts that.
Yeah.
Sometimes, occasionally, you'll just make that broken build that like takes advantage of a particular character's effect. Like if I'm playing as Misfortune, I'll get an array of artifacts that make it so she just constantly pops off her ult and just shreds the entire enemy side of the board.
Now, is it worth losing the PvP content to go in on that? I don't like that. Seems weird to me. That's a bad decision.
Yes. Now, hear me out. Every card game, and Joe can attest to this, a lot of card games suffer from power creep.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Runeterra was never meant to be a long-term serious project by Riot. Riot has specifically said that they use Runeterra as a gateway to the rest of their League of Legends content because Runeterra allows the most free content in the game, where like TFT is some of the most expensive content in the game in the like League of Legends universe. And both are pretty low on the dexterity scale, I would say, of like barrier to entry. They're kind of just knowledge-based games.
Yeah.
So kind of like converting to a PvE format and something you never really wanted to treat as a hardcore PvP realm, like, and then you can keep doing like any type of power scaling that you want in a card game because it's PvE.
Yeah, once it's PvE, all bets are off. You can do
like you never had like a serious hardcore following, and it allows you a lot of flexibility in terms of your card design.
Yeah, but I wonder if people are gonna come out to play the game that's a single player card game. Like, I don't think that's still an up and coming genre of like people being like, oh, Slay the Spire's fun, and Balatro. I guess, yeah, there could be a way
talk to me people. When Runeterra gets their Slay the Spire game mode.
That'd be kind of cool.
I would try that. I would definitely try that. Okay, we're gonna jump over.
As the guy who hasn't played Slay the Spire.
I know I would like it. Just trust me, dude. I just don't have time, but I'd like it. Okay.
Just put a setting I'm familiar with.
You have time to re-download League of Legends?
You
Weird
forced
priorities,
me,
bro. Weird priorities.
You literally forced me for social time. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, Bradley, what are your quickies? Your topics?
Yeah. So I was so delighted to learn this. So the company Jagex makes RuneScape, and they also make RuneScape. They make two RuneScapes.
Yeah.
Diversifying that portfolio.
Now, this was not always the case. There was another project they had once upon a time, and it was called funorb.com. Basically, it was their own website. It's kind of like a website full of Flash games, but they were all developed by Jagex. So, like, at least you know that, like, there's kind of be like a cohesive level of art and quality between them. Every single game on there was a fucking banger. They were all super fun. There was one that was like a game where every single player can make a dungeon, and you can go invade anyone else's dungeon. And if you happen to make it all the way through, you get some of their treasure. But if someone dies in the course of going through the dungeon you designed, then you get some of their treasure. So, like, that's a cool mechanic. But the number one game on their website was called Arcanists. And if you've ever heard of the series Worms, which is a very old series where it's like, you know, like the 2D side-scroller, turn-based, weapons that shoot each other. Arcanists is that, except you're basically these mages, and there's different spell books, like a nature spell book, water spell book, time spell book. It was insanely fun. It was ranked and everything. And eventually Jagex closed the whole website down because they're like, whatever, we just want to focus on RuneScape. And pretty much since then, the community around that specific game, Arcanists, has been like, how the fuck do we get this back? There's been multiple remakes in the works over the years. Well, one of those remakes was so faithful. Like, it's literally the game. Like, it's all the same maps. It plays exactly the same spells. And it got to the point just this month where I think Jagex gave them the license to just release the remake on Steam for free under the original name and branding. So it's badass. I've been jumping in there, and it's the fucking game. And they're adding new content,
and it's got the Versus stuff. Okay, so you're getting a sequel to this game that just disappeared.
Yeah, they basically remade the entire game, like 100% how it was. And now that it's out, I think they're just, like, putting in, like, new stuff, like new spell books, new maps. So it's pretty badass.
That is sick, yeah.
But the other thing I'm mostly doing besides that, the newest web serial by Wildbow has been coming out. It's named Claw.
We talking about Claw, yeah?
And I'm pretty sure it's on the last arc. Like there's like the story has happened at this point, so I'm kind of impressed. He wrote a story in like 4 months. I think he did it.
Proud of my guy.
Very excited.
He learned restraint.
So when it's done, I might do like another talk on it. But
cool,
very fun news.
Yes. We also had Bradley's wedding party last weekend, which is worth noting because it was just a fun time, and we went to Bradley's hometown. It was really funny.
Yeah, I fucking love the venue we were at. It was at this place. This guy owns it. My dad knows him, and it's like the super old building. It used to be a Buick dealership in the 1920s, but the dude who owns it, he's like mega millionaire. He loves some beautiful cars, loves bikes, loves collectible neon signs and vintage antiques. So you're walking around, and it's just all this super cool, old school stuff in this like amazingly beautiful building. So, and I just love seeing everybody there.
Yes. And then we went to the one bar in the city of Abilene, allegedly.
In the whole city of Abilene.
But it was kind of popping.
It was kind of sick.
Yeah, it was really fun. I had some additional intoxications at Bradley's wedding, and I think it really dulled my excitement. Like, I just felt like very chill the entire time. But I was sitting there like, man, if I just was not a bit high right now, I'd have a great time. Like, I would be out there grooving and cruising. Also, shit was cheap as hell. I probably said the most poetic thing in my life of $6 double crown and cokes taste like home.
Oh man, that place was so cheap. Also, y'all got to meet my brother, and we got his One Piece top 3.
Yes, which was, as I recall, I forget it was number 2 was number 2 Marco, Law, and Enel got the hot takes.
Which, like, come on.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm glad your brother likes Anel. That, like, he also kind of looks like him a little bit.
I see it.
Yeah.
They were saying he looks just like you, Bradley, and I was like, they were
very strong resemblance.
They were kind of capping a little bit, like their faces are. They have. It's like people see the same hair, just like the Home Alone lady from a conversation before this podcast, and they just assume it's the same person. I could see the differences. I'll toss that.
No,
out.
but like it's like I told him it looks like post time skip Bradley or Bradley in like
now
the future.
this I can see maybe.
It's like the timeline in the near future where the robots took over and I had to get buff to fight them off.
Is he he's your brother that's only 5 years older than you, not the one that's 10 years older? Okay, yeah. That's kind of crazy to me. You have a brother that's 10 years older than you. Like, I would not know how to relate to that man.
That's the thing. Like, I know some families where they'll have multiple brothers and sisters, and the biggest gap between all of them might be 5 or 6 years. But then I've also met some families where the gap between the youngest and the oldest is like 17 years.
Yeah, I've seen some big gaps. Your talk about the Arcanists game reminds me of a game I played in my childhood that I just wanted to shout out called Gunbound.
Okay.
It was like a online MMO. You download it and you ride these little mechs, and they all have like different play styles. Pick your favorite. I shared them. I always liked playing with the mage mech.
Just based on the sprites, I definitely would have played this shit, and I would have been playing J-Frog.
J-Frog shoots a little blob that like curves around the terrain and blows up the terrain. The popular one was Knack, that third one. It's a spider that shoots a particular shot that goes underground and then has a curve and then pops back up, and once that shot hits air again, it detonates. So people would do like these really sick trick shots. Another popular one's Boomer. It's a boomerang but you have to like throw it opposite direction and have it go towards the wind and curve backwards. But if you did it right, it did a ton of damage. I also played a lot of Mammoth because it's the ice guy.
HD remake time, Gunbound, let's go.
Let's
All
go.
right, we need to make our early 2000s Flash game tier list and like web-based games.
That's a good one.
That'd be kind of hot, actually.
That's fucking.
I don't think a lot of people have done that either. So
That's a hot new mark. Write that down. Write that down.
Write that down.
All right. But for today's purposes, we'll move on. And Tyler,
Yeah.
tell me about movies that you hate. Yeah.
I thought I already did talk about it.
No, you hate
No,
more
you got
movies.
Oh shit.
There's always more hatred in your heart.
No, I did not hate these
I'm
movies.
kidding, I'm
These movies. So this is the X trilogy of Pearl, X, and Maxxine.
Yes. X being the first one. I'll throw.
Yes, we watched X first, and then Maxxine, and then I went back and watched Pearl. I did not know that these were a trilogy until I started seeing the trailer for Maxxine. I said, hey, that looks pretty good. This is a trilogy done by, I think this guy's name is like Ty something. Ty Watiti. Not that guy.
No.
Yeah.
Don't trust a guy whose name has Ty in it.
Yeah, the
So-
director's very upfront that he made these. And he styles each one of them after a horror movie in the genre that the year takes place in. So like in the 50s, it's very kind of like they're using a lot of camera panning shots like from Day of the Dead. The one that takes place in the 20s, 30s, I think. Very reminiscent of that. I could not name a single movie from that era except the one like that's in the movie, which is like Cleopatra.
I don't know.
Yeah, and then the 80s one is very like Halloween vibes. So the X and Maxxine follow Maxxine,
Yes.
which is an X. They are going out to Texas, which I think this movie from the get-go, I was like, oh, it takes place in Texas. Cool. And then they're like, oh, it's in Houston. Cool. And then I'm like, wait, I kind of know exactly what they're referencing. There would not be a strip club in the middle of the Shell refinery in fucking LaPorte, Texas. So I think from there on out, I was a little bit upset by the setting. Because then they go to this farmhouse that's in Texas still, and they have a water element next to the house, and they're renting. This is before Airbnb, so like he just called up some old dude. And they're like, "Hey, can we stay in your barn for the night?"
Because he wants to shoot a barn-based porno without them knowing.
Yeah. But there's a water feature at this farm. And it has an alligator in it, which is not wild. But you know what is wild? You know what Texas doesn't have? Texas doesn't have cellars. Do you know why Texas doesn't have cellars? Is because the soil is too damn soft.
Especially Houston.
Yes,
for sure.
So not only like anywhere in Texas that would have a cellar, which is very far northeast, Panhandle would not also have an alligator there. Like this guy is going on. What was that? Tiger King. Like this guy in the fucking set like 50s has some big Tiger King vibes. Like about having an alligator in his backyard.
Bro just referenced Tiger King. What is going on? What year is this? Sometimes you and Bradley are very alike, in which you will find a element of something that will just destroy it for you, and you will never recover.
You should have known better.
And for you, it's a cellar.
Yes, genuinely, it was bothering me the whole time.
That and Kid Cudi's cock.
Oh yeah, we did get to see that. I didn't know that was Kid Cudi. I thought, hey, he's a pretty good actor.
Yeah, no, Kid Cudi's pretty good.
I was thoroughly impressed. Yeah. I didn't hate the plot of the movie or anything. I think they're very much more about like, hey, look at all these references we're making. Which I guess X was all right.
I like X. I think X is pretty good.
It's a weird movie for sure, but it's not bad. But let me get into Maxxine after that, which both of these movies combined together create a fucking sociopath protagonist. And hear me out, okay?
She's kind of already a sociopath in the first one. I'll just throw that out there.
It's very much like why we have Pearl. And I'm like, okay, like...
It's interesting, though, that you watched the order of, 1 and then 3, but that actually creates an order where you watch, the 2 most connected movies and then watch the backstory movie after. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's like... It's on the nose. It's not bad on the nose either. I thought that it makes you think in a way that doesn't hate it, like Infinity Pool does, where I'm just like, oh, this is very
makes
pretentious.
You think.
It's not pretentious.
Now, I will say
I thoroughly enjoy.
I haven't watched Maxxine, but I will watch Maxxine. So go light on the spoilers, please.
All right, I will. So Maxxine takes place X amount of time later. And Maxxine has now gone to Hollywood. She's going to be a star, which is kind of like her catchphrase. She's like, I'm going to be a star. Same catchphrase as Pearl, which I guess a lot of people in the early 20th century were like going to be stars. Like, where are they getting the social media pandering about becoming famous and everything?
Well, there was always the allure of like, I think even if you go before social media, how many stories are there in the past of like, I'm gonna be an actress kind of story?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but entertaining nonetheless. We like Maxxine, I will say, is wrapped up very nicely. I don't think they're gonna make any more, so enjoy it. I think this director might hate women. But he's done this in a very creative way.
Creative misogyny.
Based. I was very, as Joe put it, took some intoxicants going into these movies. So I had expanded brain thinking powers. I was using 100% of my brain while consuming these movies.
I was using 100% of my brain.
We'll come back and talk. I want to come back and talk about it with you after you've seen it, so I don't spoil anything.
Down.
Because I really want to let you go in with only the trailer's knowledge. But
I haven't even watched the trailer, so I'm
cool.
No, I was forced to watch one in the theater, but I didn't pay too much attention.
Yeah, same. So I would say very entertaining movies, good movies. Wouldn't turn off anybody from watching them. I would say yes, they're good movies. I liked them.
Which one's your favorite of the 3? Come on, give me something.
Maxxine.
Okay.
They lean hard. Like these movies are like a lot of references, dude. They're like just referencing the vibe. So the 80s vibe is just really nice. They do it as well as Stranger Things does. So
nice.
It's good. It's good on it. I like they introduced some side characters into Maxxine, and they don't feel forced at all. And so they're a nice part of the movie, I think, a lot. There's a funny character that is introduced that... Joe, have you seen Maxxine yet?
No.
You will know this character when you see him.
Okay.
And you will know what I'm talking... Like, it's all going to click and be like, yeah, that's the guy Tyler warned me about? Absolutely. Yeah. And you're going to go, yep, that's the guy.
Okay. I love these planted seeds.
Yeah.
I love these plants.
Good stuff.
All right. Joe, we have a segment called Joe's Bullshit. Age of Sigmar 4th edition.
Oh, boy.
Now,
yes.
Joe, for the uneducated.
Yes.
Me, I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, how is this different than your 40K 10th edition.
Okay, so
Jesus.
So Games Workshop has always had two big games. One of them is Warhammer 40,000. The other one was Warhammer Fantasy. 10 years ago, they killed Warhammer Fantasy and replaced it with Age of Sigmar. The reason they killed Warhammer Fantasy is because when you compare the entire profits that Games Workshop had throughout its entire model line, one box of Space Marines, just a generic box of Space Marines, outsold the entire line of Fantasy combined. Yeah. Imagine 50% of your store is actually just straight up loss every day of the week. So they revamped and rebranded, and they came out with Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar is now their fantasy game that they've had going for the past 10 years. So this is their 4th edition that just came out. This is a huge update to the game. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Tyler. You had a question?
Hey, I was going to say, this is the one where the races don't cross between games except demons, right?
Correct. Yes. Okay. So which is really nice because that's what my friend does, is that he was collecting demons in 40K, and when they came out with Age of Sigmar, and you're like, oh, all the demons are now their own army, he's like, I can just keep collecting demons, and then I have 4 armies for 2 different games. It's incredibly economical. But yeah, this is their fantasy version. This is where Escape and stuff is. This is a huge release because they, much like 10th edition, they went back through every army in the book, every army in the game, and just redid all of the rules at once and published them all for free at once. Which is huge because it means at the start of this edition, everyone's on the same 2 feet and just kind of starting at the same step. Usually you would use your old book, and your old book wasn't necessarily as compatible to the next edition. The biggest complaint about the previous 3rd edition of Age of Sigmar was basically there was a lot of waiting around, and your opponent's army did a lot of bullshit. You couldn't really do anything about it, and then you got to do your bullshit on your turn, and they couldn't do anything about it, and then you go at each other like a bunch of action figures. It's a little bit more tactical than that, but it was just a lot of do your stuff. Okay, I'm gonna do, and then your turn's over. Now I do my stuff, and then my turn's over. They've revamped it. Yes, they've revamped it where there's a lot more interaction. Where there's a lot. It's much more streamlined. There is a lot of stuff you can now do on your opponent's turn that can really change the way the game plays out. So, for example, one of the key components of Warhammer in general is, in order to get into combat with something, you have to charge it. So you roll 2 dice, and that's how far your unit can go. And if they can touch another unit, you get to be in combat with them. You used to only do that on your turn, but now you have command points that you can spend and have one of your units charge in the middle of their charge phase, so it can disrupt their sequencing of who gets to charge what and where. So there's a lot more forethought you have to go through when it comes to all right, here's what I can do on my turn, but my opponent can interrupt before I end the phase and do this. They can cast a new spell. We were playing a game, the first game we played, and at the end of the hero phase where you can cast your spells, my friend cast the spell that makes up that puts this magic wall down, and it blocked off my army before I could move it, which meant I had to go around this wall, and you normally couldn't have done that in the last edition. So it was very cool because it makes you really think about what's going on both players' turns rather than just waiting to be told to roll some dice. And as much as that seems like it makes a bigger mental stack, they really doesn't, because they've streamlined a lot of the rules and a lot of the way rules are written. Everything is clearly defined as an ability now. So basically, if it says if it references when an ability does this, you know for a fact that it should work the way it intends. Which sounds that doesn't seem weird, or that doesn't seem very novel. It's not. It's just they've gotten really good at their rules writing and have figured out how to very much clarify when something is supposed to occur during the game. and like it's crazy. Like me and my friend played like a 2,000 point game, which is a normal size game, and in 40K that takes about 3 hours. And for Age of Sigmar, we finished up and we're like, if once we get down, we can knock out this game in like an hour 45 minutes, and still have it. Yeah, and it still feels fulfilling, and it feels like you're getting a full game in. But it's so far, it's like this is brand new. Like it literally came out last week, kind of new. But we've played a bunch since then. Not last week, 2 weeks ago. But it's been very, very good. The only issue we have right now is like the points are really wonky. And I like that the point totals are high, but they just don't add up correctly. Like you want to get a 2,000 point army, and every time I do that, I end up with like 110, 90 points left over. And there's nothing in my armies that can just fill that gap of like, I just need like some small unit to like fit into this 100 point space, because that's like a hefty amount of points I'm just giving up when I could maybe take a more expensive unit, but then that may mean I have to cut 2 units. It's very awkward right now to build lists, and that's kind of like the biggest issue with this that we're having. But otherwise, we're having a great time.
No balance, no meta. Everything's changed up. Sounds like a great time.
Yeah, and like the thing is, there's a huge event happening in Houston in like 2 months in September. I'm debating on whether or not to go to it, but like it's just like, man, it'd be really fun to go to a big event and no one knows what the fuck is going on. And just like go in there and come up with some bullshit. Content. I should, because like I've been playing my ogres, which is what I ran in the last tournament I did with Age of Sigmar, which was a few years ago, and like they're such a conundrum, because you read like their base army rules and it's fucking awful. It's like the worst thing I've ever read for an army almost. In both games of like 40K, like it's just like you get to do one thing one time and it only happens a third of the time, maybe. Like it's like, why the fuck is this my rule? And then you scroll down and then like you just have a guy that's just like, by the way, if I hit that dude, he fucking dies, period. I don't care, he's fucking dead. And you're like, why is this here? Like it's such a roller coaster of like an army. Like, I'm just like, it's like, all my units are good, but they have shit rules. I'm just a stat check, and I don't know how to feel about that right now. But it's like, it really frustrated my friend when we played. He was raging, like, turn 2. And I was just like, my man, like, calm down and play the game. And then the motherfucker won by 1 point. I'm like, you fucking...
Look who's raging now.
Were you playing with me, Joe?
No.
That's some like, stuff I would do.
Yeah, and also, to be honest, I also forgot like 1 or 2 very important rules for my units, which might have changed. I probably could have won that game if I remembered those.
No Johns, take your L.
Yeah, I agree. I took my L. It was a good game. But I've been really liking Edition, and they also came out with a smaller version of the game called Spearhead, which is basically like, they have pre-made cards. So rather than build an army list, you have like a set units for each like faction and armies. Like the ogres are like a cannon, 6 dudes, and then 4 dudes with cannon guns, and then your like tyrant that's the leader. And those are the boxes that are like your starter boxes that you can just buy off the shelves for like $100. And it's got its own rules. It's balanced around itself. And apparently, I haven't been able to play it yet, it's been very popular and very good. So that makes me excited, because it's a much easier way to get into Warhammer, rather than going like, if you want to really play your first game, you're going to have to get 2,000 points, and that's going to cost you about $2,000. So, yeah.
Is that for real? I've never heard you give the number.
That's a bit of an overstatement. I would say it's probably closer to like, probably about 200 to it's for Age of Sigmar, it's probably closer to about $300 to $400 to get a 2,000 point army. That's assuming that you pre-make your list and you know exactly what you want to buy, and that's only considering the plastic men and none of the paints or anything like that.
So it's like a card game deck.
Yeah, it is, and like
one of the higher end ones though.
Yeah, but but all of their spearhead boxes, like someone like put the point totals up for each of the spearhead boxes. Those boxes go for around like $140 depending on what's in it, and they're at like around 1,000 points each. So you could just buy 2 of those, and you'll have an army that's at least 2,000 points. It may not be the best, but like you're like, oh, this is actually a legitimate starting point now, compared to like 40K, where you bought the Horde army box, you're gonna have to buy 4 more of those, bud. Like the pricing in 40K is crazy.
Speaking of buying stuff, Joe.
Yes.
I saw you paid $4 for some Necron starter set. So those will be delivered to you when you arrive here soon.
I saw an Instagram reel that said like if send this to a person with this letter and they have to send you $4, and the letter was J. I was like, well, I guess I gotta do what it says. I gave it to Tyler.
I don't get notifications for Venmo. I saw it in my email.
That's funny. All right, but yeah, that's kind of it. I highly recommend Age of Sigmar for those that want to get into Sigmar. Actually, it's been doing so successful that people have been going in, like regular 40K people have been going in, trying out Age of Sigmar 4th edition, and walking out with the starter boxes. Like, it's converting a bunch of 40K players, or at least getting them over to that side, which is really good.
No meta balance is always fun in any game.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. I'm very excited to see what that's going to look like in the coming up months. But yeah.
Cool. All right, we're gonna do a little shift. Bradley, tell me about Viewtiful Joe, the hot new game.
The hot new game. No, it's super fun. I think release year was either 2003 or 2004. But it's a Capcom action game where you play as Viewtiful Joe. If people haven't seen it, the big draw to this game is that, like, Joe gets sucked. This guy named Joe, his girlfriend, gets sucked into a movie.
Celia? What's her name?
Yeah, it's like Celia or some shit. And because you're in a movie, you basically become like this action hero. And you can hold L to slow down time. You can hold R to speed up time. But they make things more cinematic. So, like, if you're slowing down time and you punch someone, you punch them way harder and gears fly everywhere and there's explosions. Or you can hold down speed up and then you can punch super fast to the point where, like, you catch things on fire. You're punching so fast. So I hadn't really played this game since I was in about elementary school, and I never beat it. And I thought that was because I was a kid. This game's fucking brutal.
No, dude, Viewtiful Joe is fucked up. I think I played the second one when I was a kid. I don't know how far I got, but it's so tough.
I eventually beat it because the game is not long. Like, if you beat every level on your first or second try, you could probably beat the whole thing in like an hour or two.
Yeah, it's like a Mega Man game in my mind. Like in like length and like, but what the tricky part is actually doing the damn thing.
Now, that being said, I did have a lot of fun. First of all, because I beat it. Number two, so this game had a lot of the devs that would go on to make Hi-Fi Rush, right? Or some, at least. I thought that was
so. The lineage is Okami and Viewtiful Joe are made by Studio Clover, not Capcom.
Okay.
Studio Clover is then integrated into Capcom. Capcom has Shinji Mikami of Resident Evil fame, which splinters off into Tango Works, which eventually goes on to make Hi-Fi Rush and die. So it's very high likelihood that these devs, if they have been through that lineage, would have ended up in Hi-Fi Rush.
There's at least a strand of DNA there.
Oh, for sure.
But like Hi-Fi Rush, I had this. So when I was playing through Hi-Fi Rush, I had this experience where I was playing it and I was having fun. But despite the fact I was having fun, I noticed, throughout a given stage, there's a bunch of like sub battles you'll do, for lack of a better word. And you kind of get graded based on how you do against these groups of enemies. Like how fast you kill them, how stylish you were, stuff like that. And in Hi-Fi Rush, I was getting like, I think C's and B's, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I decided, like, okay, I'm going to play their game. I'm going to try to learn how to play in such a way that I would get an S every time. And at first I thought that would make the game less fun. Like, oh, I feel like I'll just be more worried about sweating than actually playing the game. But I found, holy shit, there are so many mechanics I was not engaging with. I wasn't even playing the game.
Exactly. I love a score system because of that. It makes you realize that there's something you're missing, and you have to go out of your way and find it.
And that's kind of what happened with Viewtiful Joe, because, you know, throughout a given stage, there will be like a dozen mini encounters that you get a grade on a scale from D for dough. I think like it's like D for dough, like DOH, C for crappy, B for bad, A for awesome. Then you can get a pink V for beautiful.
Yeah.
And then if you get all V's in every category, you get a rainbow V.
Mm-hmm. So, Bradley,
yeah.
you were asking what the lineage of this game is. It is Capcom. However, it's Hideaki Kamiya, who also worked on... he worked on Okami, but more importantly, he went on to make Bayonetta. And he's the main guy of Bayonetta. So, that rainbow grade is actually how Bayonetta does it. You can get platinum, or you can get pure platinum if you get all the V equivalents. So... yeah, that's where that series went, I guess, in its DNA.
Yeah, and man, getting Rainbow V's made me realize, holy shit, when I was little, I was not just engaging with all the mechanics of the game, and it's fucking fun to play. It's fun to play even if you're not, but now it's even more fun to play.
What kind of stuff were you missing out on?
So here's the thing. Most of the time, I would only ever use the slowdown and speed up powers. There is a third one that I realized I just never really used much when I was little, and that's zoom in.
Yeah, zoom.
And zoom does a few things. It'll kind of stun light enemies next to you while you're zoomed in, because they're like, oh, like, don't kill me. But most of your moves are modified while you're zoomed in. So, for example, if you're zoomed in and you hold down the punch button, you'll kind of do a ora, ora, ora.
Yeah.
But it's called Red Hot 100, and it looks badass. It's the highest DPS move in the game. And one move I didn't even know existed, because I don't even think the game tells you can do this. One of the buyable moves in the shop is called Red Hot Kick.
Oh, Red Hot Kick!
Which is cool. You jump in the air, you do down an X. I didn't realize there is a zoomed-in variant of Red Hot Kick where he lights on fire and twists in the air while he's doing it.
You know what's amazing? Everything you're saying is, I know it because of actually Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Viewtiful Joe has every move you've described, and with the same kind of like mechanics. So he has the normal Red Hot Kick, but it bounces off enemies, but then he has the fire one that will actually go through them. It just goes to show you how well they capture the moveset. But yeah, anyways.
That's what's funny is after I beat the game, I was like, oh, well, now time to watch some Let's Player play it. And so I decided to watch the Super Beard Bros channel or whatever. And it's fun. Every time Joe does a move, they're like, oh my god, it's the move from Marvel vs. Capcom. Now, the hardest part of this game, and I think it's what Tyler brought up when I mentioned I was playing this game, the second to last level is a boss rush of every boss in the game, and then a brand new boss you've never seen before.
So you're going to get good.
That's the thing. This game's really short.
Get good or die trying.
Yeah.
I do believe this is a game that is meant to be replayed over and over, and I actually ended up enjoying the boss rush because I feel like it makes those subsequent playthroughs, like, by the time you get through that boss rush, you know how to plow through these dudes.
It's exactly how Mega Man does it, because at the end you get your boss rush, and then like you will replay the game on different like settings and stuff. Yeah, Tyler, you've played these games too, right? I remember you talking about Viewtiful Joe at some point.
I played them when they came out in 2003. I remember my brother ordered Viewtiful Joe from Nintendo Power because it was one of the few games at the time in a long time that Nintendo Power had given a 5 out of 5 on.
Whoa.
Sorry, that's a little bit of a lore drop about it. I just remember having to go to the post office to pick it up.
That's what a aspect of its time. Do y'all want to know how I learned about Viewtiful Joe?
Yes.
It's I watched the anime that aired on Fox Box alongside the Kirby show, which is how I learned about Kirby, alongside One Piece, which is how I learned about One Piece. So
was the Sonic anime also
and the
airing
Sonic
at the time?
X anime as well. Gotta go faster.
All the best anime.
They're all probably really bad, especially dubbed One Piece. That shit's trash from back in the day. But the Viewtiful Joe anime was very goofy. His pose is like he puts a middle finger out. I think they censored it.
Henshin a go-go, baby.
Yeah, so I didn't realize what he was doing because it looks like 2 fingers up and a thumb. So I thought he was kind of doing like the horns or like the love sign. I realized he's making a VJ with his hand. Like the 2 fingers going up are a V and the thumb is a J.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at GIFs. No, shut up. I was young. Look how cool he's JoJo posing. He's very Sentai. He's so cool. I want to play.
Oh, dude, yeah, no. Throughout the I really loved him. Throughout the whole game, he's just like constantly like posing and throwing out like all the cliche one-liners from movies and shit.
I always wanted to play Viewtiful Joe. Like,
what a fire design.
Mainly because it had my name in it. I was like, oh, that's me.
Oh.
And like, I would just look at it, but like, I was like, I have no way of convincing my parents to buy this game for me. like there's no way I could get them to like.
You could have done what I did, which it was cheap in a little like you had to dig it out of a box, out of the used box, and I got it for the GameCube.
I'm just laughing because when you eventually rescue his girlfriend, he's like, Celia, I've been working so hard to get here and save you. She's like, Joe, I've been watching you the whole time. You've been having so much fun posing and hanging out.
Wait, that's great writing. What was the life system in this game, by the way? I remember being kind of brutal. Is it like the restart the stage, but you save your stage progress?
So yeah, each stage will have 1 or 2 checkpoints, and if you die before you get to a checkpoint, you restart from the last one, but you at least get to keep all of the like money you've earned, which is funny because I ended up beating the game on adults difficulty. When you do this, you unlock V-rated. Adults was already fucking bonkers, and by the time I beat adults, I was like, I'm a master of the game. I start up V-rated with Sylvia, because when you beat the game with Joe, you unlock Sylvia.
She's pink, right?
So she has blue costume with pom-poms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And there's other characters you can unlock. You can unlock Captain Blue, which is like the actual guy from the movie they were watching. And I didn't know until I replayed it. The PS2 version, you get to play as Dante from Devil May Cry.
What? Featuring Dante from Devil May Cry?
So that's kind of bonkers. Anyway, I boot up V-rated. And I'm playing as Sylvia, who I realize takes double damage from everything.
Oh, no.
Bad enough. So, that being said, if you don't get to a checkpoint, you restart from the beginning, but you get to keep all the money you earned. On V-rated, it took me hours, somewhere between 3 and 4, to get to the first checkpoint of the game. It took me so long that by the time I got there, I had enough money to buy every upgrade in the game.
Peak gaming.
So it's fucking hard, but it is fucking fun.
Y'all, when I was a kid, I used to think Celia was a baddie, and now I'm looking at her, I was like...
Dude, Celia is such a baddie. Don't you put that evil thoughts onto me, Willer. I want to remember Celia being a baddie.
She's more of a baddie in the game than the anime, based on the clip you sent.
She looks goofy.
Did you play this on like your actual GameCube, Bradley, or did you play this digitally?
Oh yes, because I had busted out the GameCube for playing stuff like Kirby Air Ride, and also we got to play the experience of 4-player Four Swords Adventures: Legend of Zelda.
Holy shit, that's worth noting. Actually,
with the 4 GBA link cables, and so we're like one of like 20 people on Earth who've ever done that.
Yeah, I got to partake. Unfortunately, we were playing on a projector, and I actually think that takes away from the experience because you have to do so much like craning your head to look at the map and then look down at your Game Boy. This is definitely meant to be played in a family's television in the living room.
Yeah, the screen was so big you could see every individual pixel.
Is the map on the big screen or is it on y'all's GBAs?
I mean, there's no map. The big screen is the overworld, and the GBA is caves and holes and like subsections.
Okay. If you walk into a building, for example, you would look on your GBA, but the other 3 players can just keep playing on the big screen.
We did a whole world.
That's cool.
We did the first world. I adore that game's level system. Like it's using levels, not like a normal traditional setup. But also, I really like. That game's aesthetic is my favorite Zelda aesthetic.
Oh, it looks awesome.
It's 2D, but with the Wind Waker like, I think I'm pretty sure it's made in the Wind Waker engine, but they made it 2D. But it's got like the smoke effects that Wind Waker uses, and like it uses like 3D like warping effects when there's a big explosion and it does like a big ripple. It's so.
It's just like it feels like the worlds of Link to the Past with the effects of Wind Waker with the sprites of Minish Cap.
It's everything. I fucking love it. What an experience that was. And
it was like 2 a.m. and Willer was the only one actually like we were all super drunk and I think Willer was the only one actually trying to progress.
It was actually kind of miserable, but just the fact that it happened I can appreciate.
But anyway,
I actually kind of fucking hated it.
And then since I had the GameCube out, I was like, I'll just play fucking Viewtiful Joe.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool. Dude, side anecdote, Bradley.
Yeah.
Found my Game Boy Advance link cable in a box with a bunch of other collection games from that era. So, like, I also found my Kirby Air Ride and a bunch of other Xbox and GameCube games and Nintendo 64 games.
Let's fucking go.
Keep those handy because throughout the next 10 years, we will beat Four Swords Adventure eventually.
Dude.
Yeah, give it a decade.
We're gonna get that cabin in the woods and just beat Four Swords Adventure.
TBH.
That's like we take a weekend.
That's what Willer wants to do.
We take a weekend and binge it.
That's Game of the Year podcast at the cabin.
That'll be good.
Imagine if Willer wanted to do something for his birthday. He could have made us all get together and play Four Swords Adventure.
Well, that'll never happen.
You literally did it.
No, I didn't.
But anyway, now I want to play Viewtiful Joe 2.
Oh, I think that's the one I played. So let me know how that goes. I want to play Viewtiful Joe, 2. Now that you mentioned it, because it seems fun. I'll emulate it. Wait, I wonder if it's on PSN somewhere.
I'll look it up real quick.
Okay.
But I'm like between going through all the Kingdom Hearts games, especially Kingdom Hearts 3 into Viewtiful Joe, into kind of Zenless Zone Zero, I've kind of been on my action gaming lately. So
and Hi-Fi
maybe
Rush
I need to try
last
out
year.
some of the other action games I'm always being told to try.
Bradley, I have a side quest for you, Bradley.
Okay.
You talked a lot about the grading system and like missing out on like gameplay mechanics that you weren't interacting with. I need you to go back into Sonic Adventures 2 and figure out the grading system and what the fuck I was doing wrong.
Man.
You could look that up in a YouTube video made by a white guy who played Sonic Adventure 2 in his college years.
Yeah, I'm talking to that guy on YouTube, literally right now.
Multiple times in my life, I've started a new file of Sonic Adventure 2, and I've resolved myself to get all A ranks because I want to get all the emblems. Because there's a secret stage you can only play if you do that, and I want to play the stage because I'm a completionist.
Nope, green zone
every
for
single
you.
time. I'm like, there's no fucking way this is ever gonna happen.
I've watched, I think maybe Alpha Rad do it all. It's miserable, bro. It's too much. This isn't like getting the final level in Mario Galaxy. No, this is like they just threw some missions together and said "fuck you." But anyways,
I digress.
We will move on. I finished my Survivor journey yesterday, literally yesterday. Now, this doesn't mean I've watched every Survivor season. It means I've watched all the ones I plan to, which is I started
with X-Men.
Yeah, I started with 16, and the thing is, like, that's deep enough into Survivor where the meta has been formed, the strategies and like how the game is played. So going backwards from that to me never felt appealing. Aside from maybe watching a season where a particular player is from. But like, I know a lot of what happens in those earlier seasons because Survivor is not really against referencing its past or showing its past, which I think is really cool. Like, they're just like, fuck you, get spoiled. I'm like, cool. Because it creates like a more interesting ongoing narrative. So that is season 16 through 46, which is the most recent.
Oh my god.
I think maybe skipping 17 or 18 in that stretch. But like 20 to 46 for sure, I watched them all. In fact, I watched one of them twice. And then near the end, I was like, "Huh, I've watched this before," and then I just kept watching. I think I mentioned that last podcast. That's what got me started in this current binge. Is I was watching the season I thought I stopped on.
Yeah.
And then I realized I had already watched it, but it's one of the best seasons ever, so I just kept watching it.
Yeah. Which season was that one?
So I think that was 26, I believe. Which is a fan versus favorite season. So I don't know how I want to summarize my journey. What I did do is because when I realized that I love Survivor, I was like, man, I wish I kept track of what the best seasons were, at least, so I could like present them and like recommend them potentially on the podcast. I did that this time. I took notes for every season. So I can at least go through their rankings and like talk a little bit about each one. So let me just jump into it. 26 is fans versus favorite. That is a hard 10. It has a player called Cochrane, who is a super nerd. That's one of the best Survivor archetypes, is the white nerd guy. Somehow always conveniently the best. 27 is blood versus water. The gimmick of this one is you team up with you're on the opposite tribe as a family member or loved one that came with you. And there's dynamics around that. This is the one that stopped my I skipped this in the previous binge. But I went back to it, and it turns out after the first few episodes, it's really good. I gave that one a 9. Then I'm gonna jump to season 34 because that's where I actually stopped the previous binge, and I actually managed to track it down. Season 34 is called Game Changers, and it's all returning players, not necessarily winners, but players that had like a memorable storyline or moment. So they're defined as the Game Changers. And this one also has a gimmick called Extinction Island, where you can stay in the game in a separate island that sucks extra hard if you get out. And then the people in that island have a chance to come back into the game.
Damn it.
What's wrong, Joe?
I watched Millennials versus Gen X, which was the season before. Like, I literally just watched it this weekend.
Millennials versus Gen X is the best season of Survivor, I will say.
Oh, okay. That season was crazy.
That's almost the best one. I'll get to the best one, but that's a good one, Joe. This one's good. Game Changers, 9.5. A lot of good players. It also has both of my Survivor crushes in one season, so that's a plus. That was always appealing to see, and they got pretty far. This one had this insane play. I'll slightly spoil it. A person gets voted out by not getting voted out. Just by sheer gameplay, like, insanity. A person that did not receive a single vote in the entire game because of the way this tribal went, because it was so insane. Through, like, game mechanics that aren't bullshit at all, she's the only one that could have gone, so she goes. And everyone has like a round of applause because she's such a legendary player, just in general.
Damn.
So
it's not related to rocks, I assume.
It's not related to rocks. It is all like other mechanics of the game at place.
That's crazy.
Fuck that season.
This Game Changers.
This is 34. Big recommend.
Willer, yes. I don't know anything about Survivor.
Ask me, bro. I am
at all. So. Do they change up the mechanics every season?
Yes,
or is
they
it like...
do.
Do.
Not the core mechanics. So here's the I was gonna build up to this.
What is a core mechanic of Survivor? Is it like the island? Is an island a core mechanic?
It is. It's a pillar in your GDD.
Is it the same island every time?
Later on, yes. Later on, they keep using Fiji because it just must be convenient. They definitely cut budget later, and part of that is going to Fiji every year. So the core mechanic is Survivor, and I can't believe I don't know if I've ever actually explained it. So 18 to 20 players show up on the island. They get put into tribes. Those tribes are fed very little. They only are guaranteed rice, and in the later seasons, they're not even guaranteed that rice. And they have a water well. That's the one guarantee they have. They have to build their own shelter, usually through supplies they get from the first challenge of the game, etc., etc.
I should also mention, Willard, because they did say this, they do provide you with hygienic things, like on the bare necessities, so like for more medical purposes. Like they're not going to give you deodorant, but they're going to give you band-aids and other stuff that, like, if you do get cut or bruised.
No, they're not torturing. They're torturing these people, but only like a little bit of torture.
There's an on-site medical staff at both islands or both camps. Like, it's very much well maintained.
So there's teams. You do challenges, sometimes for rewards, as in like go eat a burger and like survive for the next 3 days, or more importantly, immunity challenges. And immunity challenges, the losing team goes to tribal, and that team has to vote who leaves that night. And the other core mechanic comes from that. It's a social game. So if you lose the tribal, you have to be a social like person who navigates the game or finds advantages in the game, such as like I get 2 votes this round, or I'm immune from this one by playing this advantage, or I can steal a person's vote. So that's where the gameplay goes.
You find those advantages normally just randomly on the island, that they're just hidden, and you have to go out and find them. Like they'll sometimes like mark coconuts or rocks, but you have to like these aren't necessarily in challenges. They are just
sometimes they are.
Sometimes they are. But a lot of times they are just around the island somewhere.
And then finally, like, the other thing is eventually you go into a merge, and then there's no more teams. Everyone's playing an individual game. If you win that challenge, you have an individual immunity, but someone's still getting voted from the merged tribe. And it's great. Fun fact about Survivor fans hate Survivor, is what I learned through this experience.
So it's an anime.
Yes. It's also like a video game that people play over and over and they hate, but they keep playing because.
So it's Call of Duty.
It's anything. It's any multiplayer video game, the community that you've been in. It's how diverse. It's everything. Because they'll complain about every little fucking thing. Oh, this season has too many advantages. Oh, this season has too many twists. It's like. It's not supposed to be this fair game that you can solve from your armchair eating your popcorn and your like hamburgers at home. It's supposed to be a game about creating storylines through these social interactions. And that's why I think like there is only one season of Survivor that is even remotely bad, and I'm going to get to it. So, Joe, you need to watch Game Changers. You also need to watch season 35. Which the gimmick was heroes versus hustlers versus healers. Kind of a shit gimmick. It's 3 tribes, and they get people that try to fit in that gimmick.
Yeah.
But it's a 10. Like, the actual gameplay and people in this one is super good.
I thought Gen X versus Millennials was a shit gimmick and kind of eye-rolly, but man, that was real fun.
They cooked
real good. You can't just say that and then go away. Like, that is intriguing to me.
What, the heroes, hustlers, or Gen X?
No. Gen X versus millennials, because, like, millennial as a generation is a large age group.
Yes.
I think it is one of the largest IMO. Because I am technically a millennial, but so is my oldest brother, who's like 8 years older than me.
But that's what made that season interesting. It's like there's a big age gap between the 2 initial tribes, and it actually highlights how these people play pretty differently. Like the Gen X tribe starts off and they're very business oriented, but they end up getting a good shelter off the bat, while the millennial tribes is kind of like vibing and vacationing, and they suffer as a result. Season 36 is called Ghost Island. This is the corniest gimmick yet. This is a season where periodically you get taken to an island where you get to right the wrongs of the past. Like, if there's an idol or an advantage that was misplayed or not gotten to play at all in a previous season, like if someone went home without playing that advantage, it might be in Ghost Island, and you have to do like gimmick mini games to restore power to the advantage.
That's funny and fun.
It's so stupid, but that season is a solid 9. It has a really good bromance that I think was a standout of that season. 37 is David versus Goliath. This is the best Survivor season. The two tribes are split into a tribe of Davids, as in people that struggle in life a little bit, and Goliaths, giants that are like doing really good in life. Absolutely phenomenal television. Also has a very good super nerd player called Christian.
What do you get if you win Survivor? Do
$1
they let you like leave
million
the island, or do you have to do another season?
$1 million is what you get. Which
so
is
like 680 after taxes.
Well, yeah, don't ruin the illusion for me. They walk out as millionaires.
Well, hold on. Do they have follow-up seasons of winners of Survivor where they come back and
I just mentioned
through all my money.
Well, there's a player called Tyson who says, "Baby girl, my job is to play Survivor to his daughters." Like that is his job, is playing Survivor seasons. I mentioned earlier there was the Game Changer season. That was all returning players, so there's a legacy here. Season 38, Edge of Extinction. This is also a returning player season. It also it's a return of another one of my Survivor crushes, so that's a win. This one also has the Edge of Extinction gimmick where like you can get back into the game. People don't like that gimmick because you can come back in and just play the last 6 days of the game basically and potentially win. But that like if you survive the Edge of Extinction, which is Super Survivor, that island sucks ass. Like that's actually a bad vibe. Then I think
Survivor.
I think you survived the gimmick of the season, and I think that's fair play personally. But you know, Survivor fans hate Survivor, so don't tell them that. There's also this one I wrote here, Wendy Chicken Arc. There's a girl with Tourette's in this season, which is like going on live television with Tourette's is very brave of her. She's a tiny little like Canadian Asian girl. But she also doesn't want to kill the chickens they win. So she like sets the chickens free. And people are like, Wendy, we were going to eat those chickens or at least eat their eggs because we're fucking starving. Did you let the chicken go? And she's like, no. And like, there's just this arc of her freeing these chickens. And it was very, very funny.
Wendy Chicken Arc is just a beautiful name.
There's I haven't to save time, I have not listed all the arcs within these seasons. There's so many of them. So now we get to season 39. I gave Edge of Extinction a 9. Season 39 is the only season of Survivor that has below an 8 for me. I give it a 6.5. This was a really good season for a long time. I was really enjoying it. What could make it go wrong, I wonder? After Merge, there's an incident. It is it really writes itself. It is a movie producer that gets into a little bit of a touchy-feely sexual, like, uncomfortable incident. And they go on and they ask, like, the primary woman who was victimized here, is it okay to keep the game going? Do you want to boot him? She says no. It keeps going. And then, like, what makes this season really icky is that the other women that were also, like, vocally talked badly about this guy went on to defend him when the main victim actually spoke up about it. And like, this older lady, like, really proud of her. She's, like, in her 50s, 60s. She really takes the fall, and she's like, I'm going to defend the other girls in the tribe from this guy, even if it gets me heat. But the girls turn on her and say, we never complained. But there's footage of them complaining. Like, I saw it happen. Like, unequivocally, I saw him being touchy to them as well. So it makes, like, everything really gross after he eventually leaves. Which, by the way, he doesn't get booted for that. He gets booted for an unrelated incident with a camera staff. That has never happened in Survivor. Oh. Which means, was he creepy to a camera staff and that's where they drew the line? Or were they getting scared that he was going to win? Because somehow, like, he got past all that? It's kind of...
season 40?
This is season 39.
Okay.
I still think it's worth a watch. I wouldn't skip any of the seasons I watch, but this is definitely the one that you get uncomfortable after the merge because everyone comes out really unlikable from that scenario. To the credit of Survivor, Jeff, the host, is very cognizant of this, and he really lets the victim, like, speak, and he takes the fall for it. He's like, we're gonna be better. This is never gonna happen again. And he really you can tell he's not just saying that to save a show. He's a very progressive dude who is always trying to make the show keep up with the times, and I really appreciate him for that. And this was like very Me Too movement era, so like, you know, yeah, it's interesting season for that. This one also has the gimmick of like Boston Rob and Sandra, two of the greatest players of all time, are in the Island of Idols, and you get sent over there, and they like give you a lesson for an advantage of how to play Survivor. One of my favorites is like sneak into the enemy camp and like steal the fire from the camp without them seeing you. So like this chubby Asian guy has to like cover himself in paint and crawl on the ground and like try to, and like it's very tense.
It's Metal Gear Solid. It's Metal Gear Solid 3.
It's Metal Gear Solid, but in real life it's peak. So season 40 is an anniversary season. We're almost done, so thank you for bearing with me, but these are really fun to go through. This one's called Winners at War. It is exclusively Survivor winners, and I think 20 of them. Which means this season has some fucking gameplay, my guy, and it has all of your fan favorites. It has Sandra. It has Sandra, who's the only 2-time winner of Survivor, but whoever wins this season, if it's not Sandra, is going to become the second 2-time winner. So these are double millionaires in the game.
Plus, this is like the high stakes tournament. It's not just like, oh, you won 2 times. It's like you beat the 2-time winner.
Yeah,
which is kind of saying a lot.
The winner from this season is undisputably, in my opinion, the best Survivor player. I won't spoil who it is, but I think they're the best. I will also say this season also has redemption stories where like people who were like, the internet told me I didn't deserve my win. Those people did really good this season, and I felt really good for them. What were you gonna say, Joe?
I think this is a season I watched of Survivor.
So, this season was filmed February 2020.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you remember what happened? Do you remember what happened?
Make a prediction.
Hold on. Do you remember what happened March of 2020?
Yes.
Yes.
But this season is finished, right?
Yeah, because it's filmed within a month. But that means these people came back into COVID world. But what's very interesting is that this is the only season in all of Survivor where, so most seasons of Survivor, the loved ones come in at near the end. And like, say you're in like the final 8, your loved one comes in and gives you the support to survive the last few days, and you even get to hang out with them if you win that trial. Otherwise, they just leave, so you just got to see them for like an hour. This is the only season where, because this one also had Edge of Extinction, so no one left the game unless they wanted to until the very end where like the Edge of Extinction ends and only one of those players gets to come back into the main game. Every single player had their loved ones come in and they all got to hang out with them. But what's interesting is this was around COVID time, and this is like 40 people traveling in a plane to go visit these players. So I have to wonder if some COVID got transmitted in some way. There was a player called Sophie who looked very sick near the end of the show. I wonder if she had COVID. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But yeah, like, this marked the end of Survivor up until the new era because COVID hit. They didn't do Survivor for a little while. I think it took them 1.5 to 2 years to come back. Which comes back. Anyways, Winners at War 9.5. Really good season. Season 41 is the new era Survivor. It's kind of like stripped down. It's 26 days now as opposed to 32, but it's way harder gameplay. Like, it's way faster paced. And this remains for till modern time, until like the season that's going to come out in September. But that 26 days, I think, is fine. Like, it doesn't change how the game is played. It's just even harder on the players because the game's balanced around it. The thing with these new seasons is they don't have gimmicks anymore. So it's just like the cast. And a lot of people don't like these seasons. That's the only complaint I have because there are a lot of good seasons. Like 41 is a strong 9. 42 is a strong 9. It has a lot of the same gimmicks as 41. By the way, they don't do visitor visits anymore. I think COVID killed that forever.
Even Mr. Beast gives his survivors visitors.
No, his survivors. Season 43, one of the best seasons of Survivor. Solid 9.5. So many good plays. The editing around 43 and onwards becomes so funny and good. Like, the editors are cooking. 44...
Do you think the new editors are like the new younger generation that are making like brain rot level shit?
No, it's not even that. They just really know how to like do dramatic irony, where a person would be saying one thing and the editors will cut into like something that is either like proving or disproving their point in a really tongue-in-cheek way. It's really unintentionally funny all the time.
Or I mean, I feel like it's intentionally funny if they're making the show that way, but
I don't know, but sometimes it's also like I don't think they meant it for it to be that funny, but it is.
I bet they did. I bet they did, Will.
They're really good at it, maybe. 44, 8.5. 45, one of the best seasons of Survivor, and that's really recent. How many
seasons of Survivor did they come out with it again?
Well, 46 is the last season. I just finished it yesterday.
Wait, last or most recent?
Most recent. 47 comes out in September, and I am now caught up. I'll give this. 46 gets a solid 8. So, if you were keeping track from 41 to 46, that was a lot of like 9s and 9.5. So like these seasons that everyone hates, I ended up really liking.
I feel like they're coming out with as many Survivor seasons as they do like new episodes of Wipeout.
It's 2 seasons per year, Tyler. That's why.
Do they still make Wipeout?
I don't know, man.
But the thing is, like, Survivor is so good because it's gimmicky, but it also feels the less gimmicky of all those kind of reality like TV shows.
We've said that point, like we say that point every time we play. I will say, like, it just keeps cooking. Like, 46 is not my favorite season, but it was the funniest season they've ever had. That season had me in fucking stitches. So like, even though the new ones don't have gimmicks and like identities that make them like easy to remember, or like that's why there's kind of speed around them. The casting and the editing is what always will save Survivor, because somehow they managed to find 18 to 20 weirdos that are gonna make something happen. Like they're not all gonna be interesting, but there's gonna be something interesting in them.
The casting director of that show is fucking brilliant.
Actually,
like.
How do you find these people?
Watching Gen X versus Millennials, it was like, oh my god, like what the fuck is
that? Seems very entertaining to me.
Tyler, it's so fucking good.
If the Millennials are the older Millennials, I have absolutely no doubt that they got destroyed.
No, that season's fierce, bro. That is a back and forth.
You should watch that. It's on Netflix.
That the one streaming service I don't have.
I mean, you're the weirdo.
It's on. Willer has a Google Drive for you if you just ask him. Ready to go.
Willer,
I've got pirating stuff too. We're all good.
If I may recommend one to you, Tyler, it's definitely that. And then one thing I didn't mention, Joe.
Yeah.
You know Zeke because you just watched that season, right? Gen X.
Yes.
Zeke's a great player. In Game Changer, Zeke comes back. And the most shocking moment in Survivor happens. I don't know if I want to spoil it for you, but it was a moment that had me jaw dropped. I'll say it. You can stop me if you want to hear. If you don't want to hear, but one of the players outs Zeke as transgender to the entire world in a tribal.
Holy shit.
And the way he does it is like. He's cooking. He's making all these great points to why you should vote Zeke out and why you shouldn't vote him. And I'm like, oh my god, he's gonna pull it off. And he's like, and Zeke, by the way, why haven't you mentioned that you're transgender to everyone? Is that not sneaky? And everyone goes, what did you just say?
It's like, was there just like, did no one just have any idea at that point?
I think one player knew, because she knew Zeke from, like, because the players will go on to know each other and grow friendships, because, like, hey, you're a Survivor player. Like, they will know each other from, like, Survivor events and parties and whatnot. So, but the world doesn't know, and I think only one person there knew, and the person who said it knew, because I think, like, he's a straight guy, but he's got a lot of, like, LGBTQ friends, so I think that's, like, he might have...
In Millennials versus Gen X, he was very heterosexual looking. Like he had a lot of he's like I think he has a discussion with one of the players too that comes out as gay like on the show.
Yeah. But like I think he knew from like surgery scars, but it's like It was such a fucked up, uncomfortable 4 minutes to the point where Jeff is like, hey, do we even need to vote, guys? And everyone's like, no, we're voting the other guy out. Like, they didn't even... They just verbally agreed, and he's like... He realizes that he stuck his foot in his mouth, and it was rough, bro. I'll send you that clip. I'll share that clip later, just because it's surreal to go through.
That dude literally snatched the feet from the jaws of victory.
Literally. I was stun-locked, bro. I was like, how did you go... From that to this. Anyway, sorry.
How did you cook and then you spilled everything?
He spilled everything. That was super long. I'm so sorry, but that's the last you'll hear about Survivor until I talk about Survivor 47, baby. Let's go.
When does that start?
That starts in September. And I don't know if I'm gonna watch weekly. I think I like Survivor as a binge thing, and also I don't think I want to talk to the fan base because they're so bitter. So I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I feel like this. I could see this being one of those things where you like truly enjoy it, and then you're like, I want to go see what other fans say, and then you're like, ugh.
It's like it's not all bad, but there's a lot of like game bots that like they think they have everything figured out and strategy. When
all of them are like, if I was on Survivor, I would definitely
exactly win. That. When I say it, I mean it. But I'm not like them, because like in the most recent season, the player that was like played by the book, the best strategic game, did not win. The player that won was the one that made the best connections, and it just goes to show you like it all comes down to making a good case to the jury. I didn't mention this part to you at the end, Tyler. Once you make the merge, everyone that gets voted gets put on the jury, and they're the ones who decides between who in the final 3 gets the $1 million. So it's your peers that choose who wins. So you have you have to play a game that plays to what they want to see in Survivor and what they respect. So you have to know who you're playing with.
If I had one complaint about Survivor and its game, it's the final episode of Survivor. I don't like that the final tribal council like vote reveal is in LA in front of a live studio.
I have fantastic news for you. COVID happened. Great. And when COVID happened, they changed the format to on the final night, they read the votes right there and do the post show right there.
That's all I've wanted.
You don't have to hear about who little Jimmy thinks is gonna win. It doesn't matter anymore.
Oh my god! I think it's so much more intense when you're at that fire and they're all looking at you.
Oh my god! In the most recent season, the greatest backstab of all time happened in that tribal. Like the person who was like dire hard did not vote for a person, and that vote decided the game because it would have gone to a tie. And when it's a tie, the third player chooses who wins, and that third player was gonna choose the other person. So that betrayal cost a player $1 million, and it was like a younger man and an older lady, and she's like, "You're gonna be the uncle to my kids. Like they're gonna meet you and they're gonna love you." And they were so close. They were spick and span. And then he backstabbed her because like she was trying to do it to him. Because when you get to the end, you have to turn on your friends because they play the same game as you. It's gonna be hard for you to argue for yourself versus them. So he did what she was gonna do to him, but she was bitter about it and she tried to play it off. It's like, ooh.
Here's shit. What would suck about being on this show, because like earlier this year I watched the season for The Bachelor for the first time ever, and something I hadn't considered is when you get off the show, there are like all kinds of people who watch it who have some kind of like parasocial relationship with the people on the show, and so I can imagine like, look, I'm sorry, I'm on a game show, I'm trying to win $1 million, I'm going to try to win, but then I imagine going back home and somehow thousands of people have found your Instagram and are telling you to kill yourself or something.
No, for sure. But the thing is, the players in Survivor respect you for playing hard. And if you backstab them, if you own it, usually they'll be like, I respect that. I'll consider actually still voting for you.
Damn.
They're like, people understand that at the end of the game, you have to like do these social moves. But the thing is, like, when it's clearly that you were just bitter and you didn't vote for the person, which I think is what the takeaway was from that lady, it's like you will be a villain and people will be mad and send you bad Instagram threats, unfortunately.
Like, there's a fine line between being an asshole and being really good at playing a hidden role.
Yeah, exactly.
However, That is, I love pettiness. So that girl's a boss ass bitch.
Ooh, you're gonna like that shit then.
Willard, do you remember? Speaking of like getting eliminations, do you remember in Millennials versus Gen X there was a cast, or there was a participant, and they brought their group to the beach, and look, if we get this person out and then do this person next, and they were like thinking like 12 days ahead, and everyone like, this person cannot stay.
No,
they need to go.
If you play too hard, you fuck yourself. Like there's so many rules and metas. It is that, and I've hurt everyone's feelings playing Secret Hitler, so I would be good at this. You gotta balance it. Okay.
It's Monopoly rules and Mario Party rules. You always need to be in third place.
Tyler, please, you and Kelly watch the Survivor season. I'm begging you. I want to see what you think.
If I watch any of them, it's gonna be the Millennial versus.
I will send you that one. I promise. Okay.
It's so good. I put it on in a whim. And I was like enthralled. I was like, oh, this is really it's so good. Anyways, let's move on. We got so much.
Yes. Mistborn Book 2. Tyler read it.
Dude.
Let's hear it.
Book.
Good book?
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
I'm on the epilogue right now.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't really finished it. Dude, 50 minutes in a audiobook is like the epilogue.
Damn.
Holy shit. I was talking with our friend who is big Brando Sando fan.
Yeah, shoutouts.
And I wasn't the biggest fan of the first book. It picked up a lot towards the end, had a lot of lull periods. If this book ain't where Brando, this is definitive where Brando Sando hits its stride.
Nice.
Because he did not write book 2 of Mistborn immediately after the first one. I think it was a few years later.
Okay.
He came back around and wrote a sequel, and everybody's like, oh, holy shit. Like, dude, this is where he hits his stride. I would say the entire first book is potentially an epilogue for the second book. Because the second book's really good. It expands on the rest of the characters that we have from the first book, as well as a lot of world building. There's a lot of mystery going on. There's a school shooter antagonist character that we talked about previously as well.
Lovely.
Oh yeah, I was like, it's really weird because my partner, she's also listening to The Fourth Wing, which is a sex book.
Yeah. Okay, fun fact about, if you're ever dating someone or on a dating app and it says that they like books, they're gooners, my bro.
Oh no.
The book girlies are all about smut. Like, they're...
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me I'm wrong! You can't!
I fucking listened to this book with her, okay? Have y'all seen the episode of South Park where they do Broadway?
No.
So there's an episode of South Park where one of the main dads, Randy Marsh, discovers that taking your wife to Broadway musicals gets you really long blowjobs from your wife because women love musicals, and it's like, oh yeah, women love musicals. But then he's like, oh yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually gonna happen at the very first one. And some guy's like, no, it's all about the subtext, bro. Like, trust me, they're being filled with so many subliminal messages right now. All she'll be thinking about is blowjobs afterwards. And then he goes back in, and he's like watching the musical, and they're just saying blowjob in like the melodies every 20 seconds. So I'm like listening to this book with her, and this is a small Fourth Wing review, I guess.
Let's go.
It's like they're two people fighting, and she's like, he slid the sheath of his sharp blade across my dagger. Yeah. And I'm like, who the fuck describes things like that?
Bro, they're all gooners, bro, I'm telling you.
It is very much, like, honestly, these smut books have bigger horny tags than some of the animes I've watched.
Oh, for sure. Cool. These are like socially acceptable horny tags because...
Dude, like, they are sold as smut,
in the first book, they only had sex once. There was only one sex chapter. And then she has read, like, 6 books where she's like, they didn't even have sex in this book. I'm like, what the fuck is the point then?
Bro,
is that not what you're there for?
The foreplay goes crazy, though. That's gonna
be foreplay, bro.
That's gonna be.
I love the build up.
If I was to get into it, it's gotta be, you know, when you get your curry with pepper like levels, it's gotta be 5 peppers. If I'm getting into that.
Pop and smut, same level. Anyway.
Yep. Anyways, on to Brandon Sanderson, who is the most sexless writer in the modern era.
Oh, dude, the narrator's a fucking robot. But does he pronunciate? Sorry, but boy, does he pronunciate everything, so I know exactly what the fuck is going on.
Love it.
This book's great. It actually has a really cool thing where, like, we know what the, like, powers of the world are, and they're like, yeah, these are the established, like, 7 metals. But at the very end of the first book, we learn that there might be more than 7 metals or something, or 10 metals. And
of course,
like, they're expanding the Force essentially and learning new ways to use the Force, which is really cool. There's a lot of world building, and
that is a strength.
There's so much world building to the point where, like, I think we have been misled so hard. It feels like a moment in. It feels like the moment in. Oh, what was that? In Pact? When the girl is like, when the guy's like, yeah, I just want something from your book bag.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh yeah, I think I'll take this piece of paper out. And he's like, I think I'm gonna take your name. And I was like, and she's like, wait, what?
You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that wasn't in my book bag. He's like, guess it was. Like, that's how the ending of this book feels.
Good old Pedraic.
Yeah. So, I'm enticed. Not only am I enticed, but I will say, this is slight spoiler, and I only know this going in because of how many books there are. There's 6 books in the Mistborn series, and they're separated into 2 trilogies, where the second trilogy takes place, like, 300 or 400 years after the original series.
Wild.
Love that.
Yeah. Yes. Like,
wild.
I'm selling it to you now, because I've read the second book. I think this is worth... We have less human exploration than Kaladin.
Okay. We might get there.
It's not completely foreign, but man, every part of book 2, banging. Loved every bit of it. All of it's enticing. There's political betrayal. There's worldwide betrayal. There's school shooter betrayal. It's all great.
The worst of them all. Now, to be fair, Kaladin is a very high bar of like character writing to reach, in my opinion. So I don't mind that we don't hit that bar, because it's not easy.
Dude, like, you would think that, I don't know, who's another great character from Stormlight, probably?
I would say Adolin.
Adolin, Dalinar, maybe?
Dalinar. What's her face?
Shallan, book 3.
Shallan in specific books.
Yeah. So.
Anyway,
I like the main character Ven a whole lot.
Okay, gotcha. You were just comparing Ven to those. I was like, where are you going with this?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I've had this book downloaded for ages. It's just that Shogun is never ending.
Yeah,
so
I would highly recommend. You know, I'm not a huge advocate for 1.5 speed, but book 1 might need it.
I am. Fuck yeah, I am. The problem is, Tyler, once I finish Shogun, am I reading Carl 2 or am I reading Mistborn?
Oh, it's tough.
You're reading Grace of Kings.
You stay in line, buddy. You wait your turn.
Man, Carl 2, so fucking good.
It's pretty fucking good.
All right, let's move on.
Willard read 2 books before Tyler read Mistborn.
I did tell Bradley. I think Carl
should like. I binged Carl. I highly value. I would highly recommend separate spacing out some Carl with like another book or series.
I'm cool.
I don't want to get caught up and then have to wait like a year or two to like get the next thing.
I am more than okay with putting Carl in between books because Carl's also stupid as fuck, but I did really like it. So I'm actually really excited for the next one. Also, man, it's just such a pleasure to read. Like it's just such it's just so good.
It is a nice change up.
It's just so good. I'll read something good like a Mistborn, and then I'll do something trashy like a Carl. You know. Okay.
Didn't you just talk for like 30 minutes about Survivor?
Yeah.
That's in the good category.
No, so I've gone out of my way to say Survivor is Survivor is good enough to be my peak fiction list, and it's non-fiction. That's just how good it is. Okay. Anyways, Joe, you've been playing some video games. Tell me about them.
Some of them. Yeah, not nearly as many as I usually do, fortunately.
Me too, actually. I haven't been gaming much these days.
It's kind of like I'm at a spot where like, there's nothing I really want to play that has come out recently, and I'm just kind of hunkering down for Star Wars Outlaws and Space Marine 2, and just playing some other random stuff in my backlog. But anyways,
how did you feel after seeing the Outlaws gameplay trailer?
Was there a recent one that came out? Because it
was the one back from like Summer Games Fest.
I was like, yeah, cool, I'm down. Like I was just like, that seems like I'm not expecting the greatest game ever. I'm just kind of there for vibing in like Star Wars land, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
Like it's I'm not expecting anything like monumental.
You're not expecting the previous two games of
No. I don't think this will be Jedi Survivor. That's like my favorite Star Wars game ever.
It's Star Wars. You're not supposed to expect good things anymore. You just kind of hope.
Yeah.
I mean, except for Survivor.
A New Hope.
Yeah.
Survivor was great. I really like Survivor a lot. It's like the only Star Wars thing I'd be like, hey, Willard, maybe you should check this out at one point. But also,
my brothers really want to play Survivor, so I might end up playing that with them at some point.
Yeah. But anyways, so I played Space Marine Warhammer 40,000 Boltgun, which is a boomer shooter, so it looks like an old like
Doom game.
Doom kind of game. Yeah. It's a great time. Basically, you're a space marine. You crash land on the planet. I believe it's Gaia. It's the planet from Space Marine 1, which makes this a sequel to Space Marine 1, which is wild. But you crash land and they're like, all right, there's a bunch of Chaos Space Marines and demons here. Your job is to go find the thing they're looking for. Good luck, finger guns. And so then you're off, and you're just rolling through, and you're shooting dudes, and you're just having a grand old time. It really is just like it's just like Doom. Like Bradley, I think you would really like this game because it's like Doom 2016 in terms of just like you're running around and you're shooting your gun and you're
that's the
things.
thing. I saw you were going to talk about this, and I googled it to like see what it looks like, and even just from the screenshots, I was like, I bet it's just fun to run around and shoot people.
It's got great movement. The graphics are fantastic. It's got a great art style to it. The one thing I really like about this game is that each gun has a strength characteristic. Like, for example, your bolt gun is strength 4. It's got a 4 next to it whenever you bring it up. That's compared to the toughness of the enemies that you shoot in the game. So, for example, a Chaos Cultist is toughness 3. So, because you are higher than it, you do 1.5 more damage to that enemy. And there's some other hidden armor stats there, but it gives you a good idea of like, oh, I can use the bolt gun to very easily clear these things out. Whereas the plasma gun, which is strength 8, when you go to its overheat mode, is double its toughness, so it does double damage to its targets, which means that it can like just fucking blast these things apart. What I like about that is that's the same stats they use on the tabletop game. A bolt gun strength 4, and a cultist is toughness 3. A chaos
what about when they come out with new additions?
That's the thing about Warhammer 40,000. The stats for the models have stayed the same for the majority of its lifetime.
the biggest stat change, I think, in a long time was that the orcs went from toughness 4 to toughness 5. And that's after 30 years of the game has gone by.
Is that when they went up to the 55% win rate?
That was 2 editions. Was it 2 editions? It was 1 edition ago. So it definitely boosted them up because the game had evolved to the point that their main defensive mechanism no longer worked. So they needed something else. Which was good because now like the army can actually function. But even when that happened, people were like, all right, use 4s to kill your dudes, and it's like, nope, it's 5s now. It's like, oh no. But I really like that as like a fan of the tabletop game. It felt very nostalgic. It felt very faithful as well. I think like the enemies in this game are great for in terms of that 2D art style. There's a level where you go into the Chaos Realm and they apply like the chowder filter on the that Chowder has on his clothes, where like you're moving around, the texture moves kind of a thing to represent like chaos corruption, and it's so trippy and weird, and it's like so cool. And at one point you're like falling through this labyrinth. You have to go through this labyrinth of like infinite doors, and it's like all of that shit is everywhere. It's such a beautiful looking game.
I like this game because like the mood is dark, but the actual visuals are colorful as hell.
Yes, and like that's to me really speaks what Warhammer is like. It's a very dark setting, but you have these Space Marines that are like ultramarine blue. They're bright yellow. You have these guard, like the Imperial Guard, are in these like, very bright robes. The Chaos Marine, like there's a fucking section of Chaos Marines called the Emperor's Children, and they're fucking pink and they play guitars to kill people. Like it's just like it all stays within tone, but they stand out so much. And so like in this particular game, they focus on Tzeentch and Nurgle factions, which is like the more magical factions. So like you have like these fucking flamers of Tzeentch that are just bunch of tubes and mouths, and they shoot fire at you. But they're pink and they're like light blue and shit. It's really cool looking. I think this game is beautiful. I'm not even done playing it. This game's fucking hard. That's the other thing. It's so hard sometimes. I was playing it at one point. I was just in chat, and I think I was stuck on this boss for like about an hour and a half, just trying to fucking kill him. And you have to like cycle through your guns. Like he's toughness 7. It's like, okay, I need to get my plasma gun to actually do some sort of damage to him. So I need to like not waste all that ammo on all the other small shit. But there's constantly spawning these other enemies that could be really easily dispatched with that plasma gun. I think this game's great. It just came out with a new DLC this year, and I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the main story some more, and then probably pick up that DLC later. But I highly recommend this to you, Bradley. I think you asked me like a while ago, like what are some other non-strategy games to get into Warhammer. I think this one's also another one that's going to be really worth it to like do. There's not a lot of lore in it, but it has the vibe. It's like, yes, this is like what I want to be. Like this is a good like Space Marine Warhammer 40k kind of like game to just enjoy the environments.
Dude, the aesthetic looks fucking amazing, and it's also on PlayStation, so I think this might actually be a grab for me.
Yeah, I hold on. Is it? At one point, I think it was free for PlayStation Plus, like the higher tier users, but I might be wrong there. Either way, highly recommend. I think you should check it out and give me your thoughts and opinions on there. And then get Space Marine 2 later this year.
Yeah, because that's a few months away, right?
That's in September. So, okay. So I played that. And then I also played. Where's our? Is it in things? Here it is. Okay. Oh, I also got EA's College Football 25. This is the first college football game since NCAA 2014, which is nearly 11 years ago, basically.
Okay.
I have not purchased.
Sorry.
I did not. Yeah, you're good. I have not purchased any Madden games in like 15 plus years, like any kind of football games. And I was hankering for some sort of sports games. Like I was just like, I just want to play a sport game. Like I get that sometimes. Like I got MLB The Show 2022
when it came out because I just want to play a baseball game.
It's like, fuck it. I just got to play some sports, but not actually play them.
Sports, but not actually exercise.
No, that'd be lame.
Yeah. But so this is, football, Madden, however you put it. So I have no idea, like, what those other games are like in the modern era. So I have no comparison point, really. So this is, like, basically a whole new franchise for me to experience and play. And I've been having a really fun time playing it, honestly. Like, I'm, like, really engaged with its Dynasty mode. I feel really invested. Because you can like choose to be like the head coach or the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator. I went with head coach, which I think was a mistake because that's a lot of shit you have to juggle. But basically, when you're doing dynasty mode, it's split up into two sections. You have the like team recruitment management section and the actual like playing the football game itself. And for that team management section, you're only given so many hours during the week that you can use to try to recruit new players into your college for your football team, as well as trying to convince your players from leaving your football team to go join another football team next season. So you have to you're doing this balancing act of like, okay, we need 3 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, 1 defensive tackle, 1 defensive guardsman. We need a linebacker, a right linebacker, a left linebacker, a forward safety, yada yada yada. And it's like you have to like try to hit all of those milestones of getting those recruits, and you have to like plan like college visits. You have to plan like phone calls with them. You're not necessarily like calling the phones themselves, but you're like having to like in your brain think about like, okay, what do I need to prioritize? And what do I need for sure need to grab? Or like do like we don't need this guy, but man, are his stats good? And if I could get him, that might be worth it. So you're just constantly in this back and forth of like what you should do and who you should recruit. But at the same time, you're competing against like the AI and the other schools. And sometimes it's not that big of a deal because they're in a different
not sector. Oh my god.
Conference. They're in a different conference than you. So you're like, okay, whatever. But then you're like, fucking Texas University is going to steal my goddamn defensive tackle for me, and I'm not letting that happen. And you're just kind of going all in for spite purposes. At least I am.
Well, that's part of the fun. You get to roleplay that out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's it's just fun. And it feels gratifying when like you finally like you win the bid and he comes to your team. And you're like, sweet, great. I haven't finished the first season yet because this just came out like last week. But I've put in a good 12 hours or so into the game so far.
Nice. I've seen 1 clip of this game, Joe, so far.
Yeah.
And it's a guy who is playing at Kyle Field.
Oh. Yeah.
So I think Joe's seen this, but I'll share it with the rest of the class. So there's a clip of a guy who's like playing the game at Kyle Field, and it's like a big Kyle Field, and they're showing like the yell leaders in the stands and everything. Like they put in some.
They did their research from what Joe was telling me.
A&M is a cover team on the game, so they put in quite a bit of effort for it. And there's like a noise meter for like showing how flustered the enemy, like how flustered you are by the team's rally.
Ooh, cool.
So before you move on, there's a mechanic in game, like Tyler said, where like the devs went out and did research for all the different stadiums and schools, and they were like traditions, rowdiness, how loud the stadium gets, like how dedicated the fans are. Fighting Texas A&M Aggies, Kyle Field ranked as #1 in the nation in terms of how difficult it is to play in that stadium.
I feel like we suck some dicks to get that rating. I don't know if is that really accurate? We're not that scary.
Listen, I'm not gonna argue. It's not necessarily about the team itself. It's about the fans and the group around them.
Yeah, but even then, it's like, I don't know. Are we really all that as far as intimidation?
Have you ever been to another college football stadium that isn't Kyle Field?
I actually haven't, as a matter of fact, so I guess I can't know for sure.
Yeah, so because I have, and it's very different.
But the guy's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be no problem, you know. And then like, so you've played a football game before, right? Like any football game ever.
Yeah.
Like video game, and y'all, Willer, Bradley.
Yeah, video games and in real life.
Like you choose the play, and then like it shows up all the line routes that your players are gonna take and everything.
You can hold the button to like show the lines.
Yeah, and you can see where your players are gonna go. It does that in this game, but based off of how intimidating it is to play at Kyle Field, it shows like all of his lines, his lines are all wobbly. Like players are only taking like the routes and everything. He's like,
Goofy.
oh my god, yeah. He's like, I didn't know A&M did it like that, yo. It was very.
But not Tyler, because I got into like one of the other higher like level stadiums in terms of its routiness, and the game will lie to you sometimes about what play you're doing, because like your quarterback has like a game or like a calm stat that compares it against.
Oh, he panics and does something else.
Yes, yeah. He doesn't know what routes are supposed to, and like sometimes when they show the buttons above the of the catch of the receivers, some of the buttons are question marks, and you have to like, do process of elimination to be like, oh fuck, it's not R1, it's not square, X, and then you throw it to the guy to the right that's covered by 3 dudes.
So, Joe, I have a question. Are you actually pressing the buttons to throw the ball?
Yes.
Okay. Tyler's question was basically like, is it just management, or are you playing through the game? Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, because this very much seems like normie civilization at this point.
Yeah. That makes sense.
This would be a mini game in Yakuza, and it would be equally deep, but you would be able to take the players to a strip club to get them to stay.
True. You're so right.
I'm not even wrong.
And the game is football. There's some mechanics in the game that I don't understand. It's just like it's just Madden. You know, you call the play, you snap the ball, and then you're like, that guy's open, and you press square or whatever above his head to throw the ball at him. And you're like, cool, great. Except there's some other things that like I guess were added to the game that I really don't understand how they work. Like you have your right stick now is used for tackling, and depending on how you motion the right stick determines how you tackle and shit. Man, I have lost many football games because I don't know how to tackle people.
That is pretty cool. I like action games that take into consideration motion controls into the orientation of your attack.
I had a question for the class. What's like your high school normie sports game? Because I imagine we all had to have at least one, right? Like you have to have something to appease the normies when they came over, and vice versa.
We had Madden.
I had one of those. I had one of the NCAA's. I think it was 2006, and I think that's the one where they added the ability to play as a whole team full of the mascot of whatever team you choose.
Oh, yeah.
You got 2006, bro. Ain't no one coming over to play NCAA at Bradley's.
Or everyone.
I think I was like, I was a Madden guy, and I think like the one I played a lot of. I played 08 a lot, and then I played like, I want to say like 2011 was like the one I played a good deal.
Yeah,
I know the real sports game when people come over is fucking Mario Tennis Aces.
Ain't that the truth?
So true.
When are they making fucking Mario's college football?
Oh my god!
I want to be Peach and I want to be a quarterback.
I want to go to Toad A&M.
Oh, there's a high drug culture there.
I think the most I ever played of sports games were 2 games. I played
Mario Golf,
Street Hoops 2.
Okay, that counts.
Okay.
And Blitz the League.
That counts.
That counts.
Blitz the League was a wild football game.
A big one at my school was FIFA, and I'm so ass at FIFA, bro. I'm so fucking bad.
At your school, FIFA's big worldwide.
No, but like that was like, I think one of the big ones that people played.
Did you know why FIFA's so big?
Por qué?
It's like, other than soccer, FIFA's a gacha game.
Yeah.
FIFA's Norma gacha game.
No, but so is Madden now. No. Every sports game has ultimate mode, and they're filthy, bro. They make Hoyoverse look sane.
I tried to.
I got 5-star Ronaldo.
Bro, 5-star Ronaldo is like a from the past.
They have limited time banners. They have
right? They have events, dude. I played some Ultimate in Madden, and I played free to play. My team was ass. Couldn't do anything. You had to spend money.
I tried to do it for MLB The Show. I was like, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. It was like worse menus than actual like Genshin. I was like, where the fuck am I going? I'm lost. I want to go back and just play my regular Dynasty mode now.
I had a bunch of friends who used to play 2K, and they're like, yeah, I stopped playing 2K because unless you like drop mad money into the game, like your team sucks ass.
Yeah.
And it's like you're not gonna go play the normal mode because you've been playing that your whole life. You want to do like I get to make my own team mode, but it costs.
Imagine if Hoyoverse made was competitive, like competitive anime.
Well, a competitive Hoyoverse sports game with their stupid anime designs would be hilarious. That would be so.
But also, it kind of go hard.
It would go so hard though.
So to wrap this up, some other things I haven't tried but I thought were interesting is like the multiplayer. Like it has the gacha game stuff. I'm not going to touch it, but one thing I did find interesting is that you can start like a dynasty league, or like you can start like a multiplayer league with friends, and so you can like custom make the conference that you're in. So like,
all right, Joe, I'll buy the game. You win. It sounds like a lot of fun the way you're describing it.
I was like hankering. I was I think after watching like the A&M baseball run through the World Series, it kind of got me in the groove of like I want to watch more A&M sports, but we're in the weird middle period where there's nothing but football left.
I'll make my own sports.
I'll make my own, and sure did. Also, when you start the game, it asks you what school do you want your alumni to be. So whenever you start the game now, it's all A&M themed and shit. Like nice. I get Reveille on my home screen. They also have
cute.
They also have a sticky stub for the what was it? 11-time overtime LSU game as on the front as well, where we won like 72-73 or something.
It's pretty cool that they do that stuff.
Yeah, I was at that game, by the way. That game was
remember.
Awesome. It feels like there was a lot of faithfulness put in, at least on the A&M side of like, I feel I clap my hands every time you see, like whenever you start a game at Kyle Field, Reveille runs around the field. I'm like, yes, this is what I want.
Look, dicks were sucked and checks were cashed. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I have a serious question right here for us specifically. How do you think Andre Thomas was involved with this game?
So I got an update.
The former lead technical artist of Madden and Tiburon.
Wait, you're cooking though. That's the link. That actually explains so much.
So much, yeah. It does actually.
Maybe that was his magnum opus. He came to A&M to make this and then leave.
I mean, he's not there anymore, right? He works in Sweden, I believe, because
he moved. He fucked off to Europe.
One of our mutuals, I won't say the last name, Jake, is like going up there to like work with him. Like it's completely different trajectory. Yeah.
Cool. Well, but that makes a lot of sense if he was involved or like had input or something.
Yeah, like there's no way they would put that much effort into. I mean, maybe they would. Maybe they would.
But also, like, it explains it so well.
Yeah. Because I'm looking there, I'm like, they're doing the correct signals for Farmer's Fight. Like, that's so wild to me. Like, there has to be an Aggie on staff or something. Like, there's no way they just... The only complaint I have is they started singing the war hymn in the first quarter, but I'll count that as a technical thing because they start singing it in the fourth quarter whenever it changes over every time, which is also cool and also one of those things like, how the fuck do you know this?
How did you get in? How did you get this information from these games you could go to publicly? Okay.
Yeah.
Joe, we're gonna move.
Yes.
I'm going to do Elden Ring very quickly because I used my level 3 super earlier. So
yeah.
I played Shadow of the Erdtree to completion. How much do y'all know about this DLC of Roundabout Cast Game of the Year 2022 that only Willer has played? Yes. I'll just toss that out.
Yes.
I've heard that
the only person who's played Elden Ring?
The DLC.
Oh, they played the DLC.
I've heard it's pretty much like they added a new game on top of the existing game, and not only that, the new game they added on top of the existing game is like 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
But I also heard that you have to kill a really hard boss, and it touches a creepy hand.
I have seen the map.
You have seen the map. Interesting. That map lies. That map lies really hard, and that's like the most fun part, actually. So yeah, this is like an experience that's almost the length of like playing Dark Souls 1, I feel. And it's just DLC. And the map, he's like Miyazaki, known liar, just like Harada, of Tekken fame, said that the map is roughly the size of Limgrave, which is the first area of Elden Ring. We're like, well, Limgrave's pretty big. That's a fucking lie. It's probably like 3 times as big as that. Like longitudinally and latitudinally, maybe those are not the words. Is maybe close, but the thing is, the map has a lot of layers and a lot of like, how the fuck do I get down there? There's some frustrating points where you're like, I see that location, I just have no idea how to get there, and you have to explore, dude. There's entire zones locked behind either illusionary walls, like entire hours of gameplay that they're completely okay with you missing, locked behind illusionary walls or like catacombs and mini dungeons that open up in the back to completely different areas. Like, it goes so hard on that. I will say it's like, in that surface area, it's a little bit less dense than what Elden Ring has, but I think how it makes up for it is that the individual like little locations you go to, like particularly like the catacombs, which there aren't that many in this dungeon. Like, you remember how they had all the, they're not procedurally made, but like a lot of the dungeons they use the same interior in Elden Ring. And they're all like cute. They have like cute little puzzles. I think they're all worth it, even though like people get bored of the interior. In this one, they only have a few of those, but they've added 2 new types. Like, they have jails, which have their own, like, little gimmicks and interiors.
Wait. Are these the same, like the Ever jails?
No, this is like a jail dungeon.
Yeah, but, like, is it the same, like, pronunciation? Like,
yeah, Gao.
Oh, yeah,
Gaos.
Okay, cool. So they're, like, expanding the lore of the jails.
Bro, those jails expand potmen lore, specifically. They're all about the potmen that you run into in Elden Ring.
Do you think that's because of Let Me Solo Her, or like the actual pot people?
No, it's the actual pot people, and it's actually pretty tragic. And then, so they have the jails, and then they have smithing furnaces, which are like also really cool little dungeons. And they don't have bosses, but they all have a top tier upgrade stone, which you're gonna want because the weapons in the DLC are top class. They are so fucking cool. They're the best. They're the coolest weapons in the game. There's a bunch of new weapon types. They're all very creative, and like your builds are so sick. One of my favorite weapons is a boss that I killed, and then I used its body as a giant hammer, as a giant sunflower hammer. It's fucking sick. So those are like new things they added. The actual dungeons are a bit smaller than the legacy dungeons. Like the legacy dungeons are not quite Stormvale size. They're closer to Volcano Manor size, if y'all did that one, I would say.
Oh, yeah, but I hated Volcano Manor.
I'm not saying they're like Volcano Manor. I'm just comparing like they're medium-sized legacy dungeons, but then
are like, because Volcano Manor, I would say, is like a little. I would say Volcano Manor has the most Metroidvania aspect of like the first game of like the Souls series.
Yeah, you have to get the bridge and.
Yeah, it like interlaps on itself so many times.
Oh, they all do that though. But while those are like medium-sized dungeons, there's also interestingly like 2 dungeons that are actually in the outer world. They're technically zones, but they're just straight up as complex as any dungeon. But you get to ride Torrent in them, except for one of them where Torrent is too scared to come out. And that is a
fucking stop spoiler.
Sorry.
It's a cool moment.
It is. You won't know. But okay. All that aside,
dude, I was literally talking about how I'm getting into a lull period. I'm just like relaxing a little bit. I'm
Tyler,
on my Destiny run.
Tyler,
I'm gonna summon for Melania. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna summon. For
okay,
her.
I'm not. That's fine. Maybe Let Me Solo Her will like actually be there. There's a chance. There's a non-zero chance you get to meet the goat. Wait, summon me. That would be cool. Yeah, wait. If anyone gets to help you out, make it me.
Okay.
So, but there's a dungeon called the Shadow Keep, I'm not gonna say any details about it. No, I'm not gonna say any.
Disappear?
You don't need to disappear. I'm just going to say that the Shadow Keep is the greatest dungeon FromSoft has ever made, both in size and complexity. That place goes places, man. It's not even the last dungeon, but it is like the major dungeon of the DLC, I would say. It's so fucking big. I adored it, and the boss at the end of the dungeon is my favorite FromSoft boss, period, in all the games. So, pretty good praise there. I'll say people bitch about the bosses, just like Elden Ring. I like, the bosses here are so fair.
Communities don't mean anything when it comes to Souls games. Don't talk about the community. Let's talk about the game.
I really like these bosses because they're aggressive, but they all have periods of time where they very cleanly stop and let you hit them or let you heal. And they have a lot of openings if you just stay patient. It's not like just one opening. I think they're even more fair than the base game bosses, even if they're harder technically. But then, the last thing I'll close off with is the final boss is the hardest FromSoft boss they've ever made, which I was not expecting, because they make the final bosses hard, but usually there's some other boss in the games that's harder. With the exception of Bloodborne DLC had the hardest boss of that game. I think this boss is harder than that boss. This boss is fucking crazy. But at the end of the day, I can't say I dislike it. They're a bit overtuned. I can't front. It took me a lot of trial and error and learning, but damn it, it feels pretty fucking good to beat that thing. So, yeah, a fantastic DLC. And look, you don't have to beat Elden Ring 1 to play this. If y'all want to ever get back into Elden Ring, all you have to do is beat Radahn and Mohg, which I think Tyler's done.
Yeah,
all of us have done Radahn. I think maybe you guys haven't done Mohg.
I've done Mohg.
Yeah, you have. You're ready to go, but I do recommend doing this late into the game, though. It has its own upgrade system. Actually, if I can throw one criticism, I was praising Stellar Blade last podcast for having a surplus of upgrade items, and even Elden Ring 1, because this is 1.5 basically. It has more golden seeds than you need to upgrade your flask. The DLC has its own unique scaling system, which is actually pretty smart, and you explore and you get Shadow Tree fragments that give you a pretty good boost as long as you're in the zone of the DLC. So that's how they handling for all sorts of scaling, but there's exactly enough Shadow Tree fragments to get the max level. It does carry over between New Game Pluses, so I'm never going to have to collect them again. But you're kind of going to want to have max level for that final boss. I'm just going to be real. It's that hard. There's no holding back. You need to...
Wait, what level were you going into the final boss?
180-ish?
Oh, okay. I'm pretty close to
the levels don't really matter. I actually didn't level up too much. What matters is your Shadow Tree level,
Yeah, okay.
And I was maxed, which is 20, and that's 50 fragments, so you might have to...
That's a very cool system, I think.
It is, actually. I just wish they had a surplus of those items, so you didn't have to, because it's I had to pull up the YouTube guide and be like, did I get this one? Yeah, did I get this one? I'm going to have to go there and double check, and did that for an hour, and a little bit annoying. But...
So I should pull up the interactive map and check them off as I go through.
Honestly, if you don't mind doing it, have the map show only, and you've already seen the map, so yeah, have the map show only the fragments, and just get them as you go through.
You want to know why I've seen the map?
Why have you seen the map?
It was in the fucking Dr. Disrespect video.
No way!
He quits playing the game. He's just I don't want to be around anymore.
That's funny.
That's a whole other subject.
That is such a cursed way to learn about that map. Okay. Guys, we, except for, I guess, one of us, have been playing a MiHoYo game. It's been a while since MiHoYo's come up in this podcast, I feel.
Yeah.
Hoyo.
We've been playing...
The legendary Hoyoverse. The neutral good of gacha games.
Are they? In a way, yes. In a way, no. So yeah, they're neutral. They're neutral.
They're pretty neutral.
We can preface with that Wheeler won this game.
Yeah, I beat the
he
game.
Won this time around.
I'm doing New Game Plus right now. And one of my polls, and I learned actually from I think I was listening to a podcast that was talking about how the gacha works. The closer you get to a pity, the higher the chances are, which is...
No, I told you that.
I don't remember it. I heard it from a podcast.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You don't remember everything I tell you. Give me a break. So I was like on the poll before my pity, and I got 2 S ranks. One of them was Ellen, the shark girl of the banner. One of them was the cringiest character in the game, but she is a fire character, and I've been needing those, so she's still gonna get played. So
yep.
That's how it goes. Yeah, we've been playing ZZZ. Bradley, you've also got into it. You jumped in a little bit later than me and Tyler. I think we were playing like day one.
And you finished all the main story content already?
Hell no. There's
okay,
too
I
much.
thought that's what you meant.
No. I beat the game because I got 2 S ranks.
But still, I've been liking this. God, the combat is just here's the it's a lot more fun than Genshin's, which is the other MiHoYo game I would compare it against. But I'm really liking it, and you know what I especially like about this game is it doesn't take me like 45 minutes to do all my dailies because everything is within like 5 seconds of each other.
In fact, the actual daily, like the bare minimum, if you want to do a daily, takes me like 5 minutes now.
If this game respects your time a lot more than their other games, I feel like.
And
dude, I wanna, it does. It really does respect your time with the dailies and like the currency system, like getting the level up materials, like which is how like a main party you do the dailies, right? You have to go spend your energy, your current daily currency. They have the really cool system where you can fluctuate how much energy you're spending trying to farm which material. Like if you have only one like specific element character that you're trying to level up, you don't want to spend all your energy leveling up that character when you've got like 3 other elements you need to farm for. So it's like, oh, I'm going to use a small amount of energy farming that element and then more energy on these other elements.
Have you unlocked the custom arena?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yep.
So beyond the custom arena, you can also be like, I want to farm electric, but I only want to do like 2 little cards of electric as opposed to 5, which reduces your stamina consumption by a lot. But then, Bradley, you eventually unlock a thing where you get to completely customize what every like 20 energy is giving you of that battle.
That's so good.
So like I have it set to like I get a little bit of everything and some ice chips because that's like what's doing it for me. I'm gonna get to the point soon where I have to get the character EXP stuff. I was not expecting that, but I have completely run out. I can't level up my dudes anymore.
So that's completely normal for a game like this. Like, it gets to a point later on where if you're not rolling and like farming up a bunch of characters, that like this game has only had one event so far, like kind of ish. Like they haven't had a big event, which those big events are what give you all the EXP materials to level up and everything. This has been probably, I think, the stingiest one in terms of level up materials so far.
But well, I mean, the thing is, so as y'all know, I hate the gacha systems in this game in particular, in MiHoYo games. I actually don't mind them in other games because in other games it's like, say I'm playing Pokemon Masters. I'm doing 10 pulls, I'm getting 10 Pokemon characters. I'm seeing what I want to see. You do 10 pulls here, at least 9 of them, unless you do a god roll like me, are weapons.
It still kind of has that problem.
And like, the payoff is each individual character that you get has more character and going on to it than any other gacha. They have really pretty animations and voice clips and stuff like that. So it's like, I get it. I get where the money is being balanced. It just kind of sucks, you know. And I even did the disgusting thing after I got Ellen. I pulled twice 2 10 pulls on the weapon banner. I felt so sick with myself, bro. I did get the weapon I need for Sukaku though, so it kind of paid off. But I didn't get the Ellen weapon. Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off what Bradley said about the gameplay. I think this game runs the risk of being like less vast than Genshin, right? Like you can play Genshin and like sink hours and hours and hours, and you can do that for this game, but you're gonna be fighting the whole fucking time. Like this game is combat, so I think it has like less breadth. Like there's never gonna be anything in this game as exciting as a brand new Genshin region, I imagine.
Yeah,
right?
I feel it.
However, the moment to moment, I think, is just way better than Genshin. Like the combat feels fucking like it is baby's first action game. Take it from Mr. Action Game here, but it's a damn good baby. You know, like that baby's getting fed with a silver spoon.
You just got to play with the cop character.
Oh my
so
god!
Many different like, she has so many different like hold down timings.
She feels fucking good, dude. Like the characters feel really good.
And here's the thing, talking about the moment to moment, another thing I like is when you're actually doing the story portions, I don't feel like I want to tear my hair out because I do love Genshin, but it's gotten worse over time in terms of like when it's time to do story stuff, I'm gonna have to press X through this cutscene and it's gonna take an hour because they don't let you mash through it and all the characters take like 20 sentences to say something they could say in one sentence.
And you need to lock in like a proper afternoon, I feel like, to make any progress in Genshin story.
In this game, like, not only do I feel like the dialogue is just a little bit more efficient, but there's a lot more like fully animated cutscenes that are actually fun to watch. Or even then, if it's not a cutscene, it's like still images, but the still images are like genuinely good art that are still fully voice acted over.
I am locked the fuck in for the comic sequences. I think they're really cute.
They're great.
Yeah. And also, like, if you do skip a cutscene, which I skip a lot of them in the middle, I pay a decent amount of attention. I'm not the best, but I'm not the worst. They give you a little summary. So, if you skip all the middle cutscenes, you can watch the last few cutscenes and be like, I get it. I get what these characters are about. So you don't feel as guilty for moving fast. And most importantly, if you do your dailies in 5 minutes, you can be like, you know what? I'll knock off one mission off of like the main story, and like you will make progress that way because like that's a pretty significant little chunk. So I have been enjoying that. So I am vibing with this game. It came out of nowhere for me. This was not really on my radar to play this year, but it has actually been really fun.
That is such a huge difference between my experience with this game and Genshin, where Genshin is, I stopped progressing through the main story at one point just because it took so long to do my dailies each day. And eventually they made it so that if you're completing the main story, that'll actually give you your daily reward. So you can either do your dailies or progress the main story, but they had to do that. In this game, they don't have to do that because my dailies take so little time to do that I'm like, oh, time to just do some fucking story.
Yeah, like, I have enough time, I have enough time in my schedule where, like, I might as well play at least 30 minutes, so I'll knock out some other stuff. So, like, it's great. And then when you want... there's enough content where it's like, I want to play for 3 hours, you will find stuff to do for that 3 hours too. I want to ask how y'all feel about the character designs in this one compared to the other ones.
They're hit or miss. The character designs I really, really like, but I think one way I described it to y'all is like, in Genshin, even if I hate a character design, I can tell that they're a character who's supposed to be a main character that you would play as.
Yeah.
In this game, there are some characters where I'm like, if they were some NPC just standing in an alley, I wouldn't know the difference.
Who give me 2 winners and 2 stinkers.
I have Soldier 11 and I love her moveset. I haven't met her in the story, so maybe she's cooler in the story, but just looking at her, I'm like, she doesn't look like she'd be a character to me. I don't know.
Dang, I think she's pretty cool. She's one of the coolest.
Now, I do love her moveset, though. I fucking love the fire and shit.
You have to time her fire hits.
I like that. You have to, like, actually, you can't just mash.
Yeah.
Yeah, just smash.
Who's a winner, Bradley?
Who's a fucking winner? I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. I like Nicole.
Nicole.
God forbid. God forbid you like Big Booby Harley Quinn.
I will not answer why.
Tyler, you fucking freak.
You ever just toggle between the main stats and the weapon screen?
I was trying to avoid it, bro. I gave you an out.
I didn't mean it, bro.
Oh,
bro,
man.
Speaking of, I just, like, weird tangent. But it was so difficult sometimes to play Stellar Blade at my house because I'm living with my parents.
You can't be doing that, bro.
And so I'm playing and I'm just doing like regular shit, and my mom comes in and talks to me about something, and I pause the game out of politeness to speak with her, so she has my attention, and then my outfit that I'm wearing for Eve is on the screen in full display.
Joe, why would you not hit the PlayStation button and go to the main you're so
rookie.
Some things are just innate reactions, and for me it's hitting the
Mine is hiding Eve's ass. when needed. Tyler, how are you on the designs, and do you have any favorites and least favorites?
I was gonna say this. So like, when did Genshin come out? 2021, 2020?
I think it was 21. No, it would have been
2018, 2019, something like that.
No,
because,
you know
Wasn't it
what?
COVID
You're right.
times? Because like it really.
It was before COVID because I got it
before
before
COVID.
my COVID job.
Yeah, because we talked about it at the barbecue before COVID happened.
So it might have been
September
2019.
28th, 2020.
Yeah.
2020?
Wait,
Okay,
that's
2020?
really? That's deep into COVID.
So
Damn.
my thing, like, all of the Genshin characters have similar frames.
Yeah.
Because the body types, there's 3 body types. There's short, medium, and tall. And they're all of the same width and dimensions.
Unless you're a little chibi gremlin.
Yeah. Honkai Star Rail, like, the characters are different and they all have unique weapons, kind of like this one. But they're very static because they don't move around the world, really. They just kind of walk. So they all feel like they have that same frame, I guess, a little bit. Holy shit. These characters are big, small, they're fucking bears.
Yeah, like I played as Ben and I was like, oh my god, he feels like a totally different person. And
Fully animated bear over here, and he moves like one too, like slowness wise. And yeah, like the girls also have slightly different bodies. It's not all the same. Like I was playing the cop and I said, "A cab, all cops are bootylicious," because she's got a tight little butt. Like it's very different from like skinny ass Genshin main character over there. And then you have, but then like my thing with the characters, like how come half of them are literally children, like literally children? They're,
you know why?
Wait, in this game?
Yes, there's way too many kids.
Which ones are kids?
Okay, we have Lucia the pig girl. We have the girl with the axe. We have Nekomata is almost a kid. We have stupid bear fire girl from Bellabog, who's the cringiest character. We're about to get 3 idols. There's a cop girl who is a robot, and she's a child because you know they just designed her to be a child because reasons. I'm like, at least the lowlies in Genshin Impact are like little gremlins that are not even humans, basically. But these are literal 12-year-olds.
Or some of them are like 2,000-year-old gods.
Exactly. These are like 11-year-olds that you're taking into battle, and it's like a big chunk of the roster. And I'm like, this is just a little disproportionate for me. So those are like, but I like the girl with the baseball bat. I like her playstyle because she summons little pig minions.
Yeah.
I don't have any lolly characters that I play as, so I had to ask you.
I have to play as Kaleda because she's my fire stunner. She's an S rank, bro. I have to be cringe.
She's an S rank, bro. Don't judge me.
That said, my favorite character is surprisingly the big furry wolf guy. He's actually
he's cool.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, big furry wolf guy, man.
He's super eye patch wolf, but he's got Ida's legs from My Hero Academia. It's kind of sick. Anyways, that's that. Also, like we were talking about the gameplay, I think the audio feedback of it is really good. Like the cadence of some of these attack strings they do, and like the pop that you get when you get a chain shift.
Dude, just the feel and presentation of the game in general, I commend them.
So one thing I don't think y'all noted, I know y'all have probably seen it, but I don't know if you've really paid attention to it yet. And this is such a high-level creative feature that I think really stands out to the game, and that is the what does it say when you defeat the final thing?
Wipeout.
Wipeout. So that pop-up right there. Each character has been designed to have a very big finishing flare.
Yes.
And multiple even, not even just one.
All of them. Every character has one for like each combo.
Yes.
So that's what leans into things being so stylish. But if your character is in the middle of doing an attack, like Anton has this like drill move that he does. And then he like does this big flare like pop out at the end of it.
Yeah.
So if the enemy dies in the middle of that drill when you're standing still, it will wait to do the wipeout pop-up screen until he does the pop away.
Wow.
That's
badass.
badass. No, I noticed that yesterday where I was playing the game and I had a moment like that where my last hit was on like a very unconventional move. And I was like, they designed like every animation for every character in such a way that if you were to slow down time and stop on it, it would look badass.
The little one of the lowlies with the axe, she actually strikes like really lively poses when she slams down her axe at the end. But the one that really sticks out to me, and this is my privilege talking, Ellen, every single animation that Ellen has is perfectly crafted for a finishing screen. Like, man, they really did well with her finishers in that regard. That's a good shout out, Tyler. I think that wipeout screen is a undersung, like, technical little genius in how they do it. Finally, I wanted to ask, like, as like a finishing potential thing for this, is how do y'all feel about like the TV traversal thing? Because I know a lot of people don't like it.
Love it.
I love it, and you know what? If there's any problem with it, it's that they don't lean into it harder. Like, I think you can make some really cool dungeons with it.
If anybody has a problem with the TV thing, tell them to go play fucking Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. And it also like fits with the game, both aesthetically and in like the lore, and I don't know.
The game is so stylized.
Yeah. I love the fact that you don't get to play as your characters, you play as a manager. You play as the navigator. It's actually really cool. The thing about that like screen thing, I do have a complaint with it. It's the pacing. Like, they stop you too much. I just want to fucking move and do the things, but they do stop you quite a bit to like explain things and like, yes, Fairy, I know that this works this way. So that's a little bit annoying. But I also think like that is, and as you do more missions, like that is such a uniquely interesting way to tell a story, because they actually tell a story with how those screens are laid out and how your characters move in those screens and like the speed at which they move and how they bump into like certain tiles. Like, they're doing a lot to tell a very unique type of story in that TV world. So it's like, I gotta respect it for that. I think that gives the game such a unique identity. So even if I think it's got pacing issues, I think it's like a cool thing. And they do some really cool puzzles, Bradley. They do lean into it. Like, yesterday I played Space Invaders through that game. In like a very weird way. It was pretty fun.
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I remember that part. Yeah. It's not as bad as Honkai Star Rail's open world dungeon design. Those like actively make me want to kill myself.
Oh, lovely.
They are terrible. Like, Honkai Star Rail is going from that to this, where it's just like, oh, little tiny TVs. I just have to navigate around this and kind of do some interesting involvement puzzle. A 10 out of 10 would do again.
You just made me have a thought I've never had. Genshin overworld open world design is 10 out of 10, but their dungeon design is like 1 out of 10. I don't know why.
Yeah, never ran into a Genshin dungeon that was like reaching like even like a Zelda shrine. You know,
most of them are walk to this room, kill these enemies. Walk to this room, hit the switch. Walk to this room, kill the enemies.
It's not great. Okay. No. Anything else y'all want to bring up with ZZZ? I'm gonna try to keep up with this one. I'll probably get burnt out by the gacha eventually, but also the dailies are so quick that it's looking promising. I really think Joe would like this. I'll throw that out.
I'm really hoping that so like, I will say out of all the Hoyoverse games, probably Honkai Star Rail is doing the most UX features. Nice. And so it's kind of disappointing to see some lacking UX features from the game at launch, I'll say.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the energy recharge like bank, which Honkai has a very generous energy bank of like 10 days. So like, you can not play for 10 days and it will bank all your energy, and then you just go blow it all at once.
Genshin's energy bank was less than 24 hours until this year.
That's crazy.
So
yeah, we need that to go. Like, if that goes up, I will follow this game, because like, yeah, all it takes is like a couple days of missing it for you to feel like the game punished you for not revolving your life. Like, if you go on a vacation, that's just gone energy forever.
Yeah.
Tough luck.
Another thing is something I think they're already. So I've been seeing feedback quizzes about this or whatever. The artifact system in this game is terrible. compared to their other games.
Is it?
I don't like it that much.
It's absolutely awful.
What's wrong with it? Because it seems the same to me.
It is the exact same. You are right. It is the same. However, there is no visual clarity between the circles with logos on them.
That's my main problem. Like, I saw it and I was like, they're doing the same thing here, but it took me a minute to realize that just because, like I don't know. Like you said, in Genshin, I know all the different archetypes of artifacts and what they all do.
You know what the hand item does. You know what the crown is. You know what you're expecting. What stat is Dis 3 getting you?
I actually know, like... I have to push back against that because I was just doing artifacts before we jumped on the podcast, and I was looking for a particular one, and the disc case has a particular design, so I was able to do it really quick because I was just looking for that particular design. So, like, they do have differences. I think you just might have to get used to it.
I might just not be used to it.
You have to get used to it, but I will say it's not the most UX-friendly IMO.
It's a disc, so I guess they're limited in like how many different...
Numbers are harder to memorize than visual language. IMO.
And by the way, I'm doing something in this game that I've never done in a gacha game before, which is I'm not leveling up characters until I actually need to. So like to keep myself more engaged and not make the game too easy, which is a little bit easier to do in this than Genshin because the combat's more engaging in this. Mm-hmm. I'm just not leveling up my characters until I get to the point that I can't beat a mission.
Fair enough.
And so whenever I do need to level up characters, I have a shitload of supplies and they get like a Super Saiyan fucking boost.
That's fun.
And it feels really satisfying.
I will say that might end.
It will end, definitely.
Have you gotten Hollow Zero mechanics?
I think I just got there like yesterday.
Cool. Let me know how that is a roguelike mode basically, and those get hard. Like
the roguelike mode does not consume daily energy either. Very good UX.
It consumes time. They're a little longer missions. Some of them will go like 7 minutes. Some of them will take like 20. But you can take breaks and stop in between segments. So like if you just have 10 minutes, you can still go in a hollow and do a segment of it.
I'm really hoping that they carry over a lot of their in-game designs from Honkai to this one. Honkai Star Rail has very good in-game design.
I could see it. I'm just curious, like, because like I said, there will never be something as big of a pop as like a new region. I wonder if they could add stuff like co-op or something that would be like, holy shit, like this is a huge event that gets people back in. Co-op would go hard in this.
What if? Okay. I think this is going to be the number one thing to add. Now, hear me out. In Genshin, they have co-op, okay? And it's very lackluster because it's kind of like Genshin revolves a lot around switching in and out your characters.
This game as well, even more so.
Some do in this game. Some characters are really dependent upon that. But if they could find a way to do chain attacks, like like in a co-op environment, so like you're playing co-op and then you're doing like action beat 'em up style, but then you go like fight a boss and your partner like does like a perfect dodge and then you're able to like counter attack with a specific button and then like go in and do like a follow-up or chain counter. Super cool.
I think is the L2 button used for anything right now? I don't.
L2?
Yeah, I'm thinking like what they could do is when you stun someone and you get a chain attack, it freezes the player who initiated, and a player nearby would have to press a button and they join in on the chain attack. So you still get to do it co-op, but it's like you have to have the chain attack mechanic. It's too important, and the counters. So they'd have to figure some way to do it, but I'm sure they could.
Do like Streets of Rage beat 'em up.
Yeah, that'd be fun. All right. Also, this game has multiplayer Snake, and there's an event right now where if you play Snake, you get to get a bunch of good rewards. So I played a bunch of Snake.
I love the Snake minigame.
Okay, Tyler, you have made a lot more progress in Destiny 2. That's not true.
Oh, okay. This is the big segment. I don't think you were... Did I talk about this?
You talked about it. You talked about it somewhat, but you had only done... It only been a day. You did do the whole storyline in one day. I'm not going to let you forget that.
No, I didn't. I didn't do the whole thing. refuse to acknowledge this.
Okay, I have things you said on tape, but
I have completed Destiny: The Final Shape, except for hard mode, Grandmaster on some items.
So was the final shape a circle or a square?
The final
triangle,
shape was
probably.
a triangle.
Fucking nailed it.
Yeah. But it was good. It was the penultimate of the decade-long Destiny storyline. The Witness was, I think, a pretty decent final boss encounter that they did. If you didn't do the raid, which I never got to do because I'm an adult and I have scheduling conflicts a lot, they had this matchmaking mode, so you could experience the final boss of the raid. And it's this really cool, like, 12-player activity, which they've never done that before. It's only up to 6 players, and it's like you and 11 other players basically doing this all-out gauntlet battle fanfare, like finish this fight type thing. Super cool, really fun. There's like a Grandmaster version of it that makes it even harder. And like you have to actually do synergies with players and pay attention to what you're fighting. It was really cool. It was a good way to go out. I don't recall exactly why I wanted to talk about this again, other than I finally beat it all.
Yeah, you gotta check in.
Yeah, gotta check in.
You've been waiting for 10 years and your friends forced you to do a podcast on the release night. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it was. But it's a weird time. Like, it's over a little bit. They have future content that they're supposed to be working on, but it's just idle. I don't know. I've heard rumors about a Destiny 3. They're like floating around.
Ooh.
It would be
wild, but also
it would be
not.
But
they gotta do it.
Like, but it's Bungie, you know? Like, I think... So, the wildest thing now is that Destiny is a more successful, larger player base, bigger, more selling than Halo ever was.
Damn.
Ever,
Like,
huh? Maybe.
It is by far way more successful than Halo. But Halo and Master Chief brought novelty, which is what sticks around.
Yeah, there's like a different cultural impact.
Yes, absolutely. But it just goes to show like how amazing Bungie is as like developers, you know, because they kind of did it again. Like they let Halo go. They struggled a bit getting Destiny off the ground, but they made it all work together at the end. Like the dark, like yes, as vague as the darkness was, they were actually able to kind of create a cohesive storyline for the last decade, make it all tie together, make characters you actually care about, and see their like evolution over time. Like Eris Morn, do y'all remember this character? Do you know of this character?
Have you seen this man? No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like one of the one of the races you're fighting against the whole time is called the Hive, which is what they made fun of for being what is the Flood? That's what the community were like, "Oh, it's just a Flood." No, it's the Hive. But it's like they have this entire race or like religion about like ascendance and like sword logic and stuff, and like one of your characters becomes a Hive god and like beats up on all the other Hive gods in their religion and just beasts on them, and it's a great time. Good game, good way to round it out. They had some really overpowered weapons this season.
It's the last one. You might as well go with a
It's
bang.
weird coming back from such a big rant that I did like a year ago.
Yeah.
I was very angry a year ago, but this is how they get you.
Bro was heated.
If you stayed with it, this is how they get you. You know.
Yep.
Hey, at least they left on a high note after they sunsetted vital story content.
Dude, not only that.
No,
okay. So this is probably the best content they've ever released in the game ever.
There we go. Some Iceborne shit.
Like, not only that, it's throughout the entire campaign, they use raid mechanics from raids and dungeons. Like, it was so much more of an interactive campaign than anything else created before, because there was a hard mode, there was lots of mechanics to do inside of the missions, like, other than just progress here, kill this, listen to this interaction. Like, there were puzzle elements, there was intriguing mechanics, and it's like, there were points where if you fucked up the mechanic, like, you had to fight really hard enemies in it. Like, they basically introduced some enemy types that don't have weak points or anything, so you can't just burst them down like a lot of other Destiny content. But they're not bullet sponges. Okay, they're kind of bullet spongy. But, like, you knock, like, they have, their weak points are on their shoulders, and once you blow both of those out, you have to, like, shoot them in the chest only. So you have to not only be facing the enemy, or be looking at its front side, but it's, like, coming at you too, so you're taking damage. But here's the catch, is that would be, like, the end of a puzzle, and then if you get the puzzle wrong, you have to restart the encounter and fight all the enemies again.
That's ass.
And you're like, yes, it is ass, but, like, don't fuck up. Pay attention to what you're doing.
Oh.
It's like, yeah. This is not baby time.
Oh, all right.
This is the end of a decade of a game.
Fair enough.
But it teaches the player base a lot of raid mechanics too. So, like, when you go into raids now, you're more familiar with things that you've experienced from playing the campaign, and you don't have to be interacting with, like, Google as much, or the AI websites that are like, oh, here's how you do this. And it's like, no, you learned that. You should know how to do it. Great time. I'm glad I was there. Glad I experienced it. That doesn't change my anger that I ranted about a while back for. I stand by that.
And you should. Justifiable.
You should.
Yeah.
I digress. Good content.
Good stuff. Bradley.
It's time.
What the hell? Talk to me about the Dark Forest.
So the Dark Forest is book 2. It's the sequel to the 3 Body Problem. I think technically in English the series is called The Remembrance of Earth's Past, and it has a different, cooler name in Chinese, but I just call it the second 3 Body Problem book. But anyway, Dark Forest is very cool. I've described the first book in this series as kind of a prologue book to this one, because it's like a third the length. It's a lot shorter, and most of the first book is just a big build up to the reveal at the end of it that aliens are real and they are coming to destroy the Earth, which sets the stage for the latter 2 books. So this one basically just the setting that this book exists in is humanity has learned that aliens know of their existence and they want to take over Earth, and they're going to be here in 450 years. Humanity can't really prepare for it because, number one, these aliens have found a way to lock down human science. Technology can't really be meaningfully advanced anymore. Any attempts to learn more about the nature of matter and the universe will just get bogus results. So that sucks. What sucks even more is also every single human everywhere is monitored at all times by the aliens. They have these things called sophons that zip around the Earth. Every word every human ever says, every word written on any page, every byte of data and every hard drive is at all times instantly viewable or readable or hearable by the aliens. So humans can't even meaningfully make a battle strategy against the people that are coming to kill them.
Which leads to those guys you were telling us about that have to make a plan by themselves, which is a crazy concept.
Yeah, humanity basically appoints 4 people called wall facers, and they're like, your job is to deceive not only the aliens, but also all of humanity. These 4 people called wall facers essentially get resources from the UN, world governments and stuff, and they're like, you are going to try to make a plan to beat the aliens, and if you tell us to do something, no matter how preposterous it is, or dangerous, or counterintuitive, we will do it and just trust that you have humanity's best interest at heart. The only at this point, one of the only main technologies they have that doesn't exist in real life is like cryotechnology. So they're like, not only do you have these resources, you also have a 450-year time span on which to enact these plans. Which I was like, oh my god, that's such a cool setup. And I ended up being really impressed because that's kind of the setup here. And immediately some of these people start enacting their plans, and they seem kind of low profile. And even the people in the setting are like, I'm not really impressed because I feel like you can immediately tell what these people are doing.
Ooh.
And then kind of later in the book, it's like, oh my god, these are what the real plans are. That was really interesting. Oh, too bad it didn't work out. And they really had me going. I think the goal of these wall-facer characters, what they're supposed to do to fool the aliens and fool humanity and keep the real plans a secret, also worked on the reader.
That's
because
so cool.
there are moments where, like, I thought the plan was fully revealed, and even someone had a big aha moment. Here's what your plan is, and you were gonna do all this and enact it over 150 years. And they're like, oh my god, you got me, fuck. And then you realize later in the book, no, that was not their fucking plan at all. And so, like, I don't know, it's a really cool way to do it. I did like this a lot more than the first book.
Was it difficult to keep track of the 4 plans as a
Not
reader?
particularly either, because I feel like every step of the way, I think they're pretty well reasoned whenever they are talking through them. And I don't know, I really enjoyed it. Now, I've seen a lot of people online hype this up as like the best sci-fi book of all time, and I'm just not gonna say that. I do think it is one of the best sci-fi stories I've ever read. But I don't think it's I don't think it's that crazy, and mostly for the same reason the first book was, where this book did have amazing character work, but I don't know, it's not all the way there. Now, the third book has really impressed me with its character work. But I don't know. I think that's the main complaint I always see about this series, is that, like, plot 10 out of 10, ideas 10 out of 10. The characters are just kind of there to move the other two of those things along. But I will say the second book at least, like, had a character that I cared about, and they changed over the course of the book. And I'm like, for any other book, that's like the bare minimum, but for this one, I'm like, okay, now we got something here.
Look, at least you like this one on a first read, as opposed to the second book. Or the first book, rather.
First book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just think I think the coolest thing about this setting for me is just the idea that people have to create these strategies against beings that are watching them at all times. And it's also cool to see the focus isn't always on the war as a whole. Sometimes you zoom in kind of on the people of Earth and see how the average person is psychologically adjusting to the knowledge that everything they ever do will always be monitored instantaneously by people who want to kill them. But no, I think it's really cool, because even in book 3, there is a character who I followed for many chapters in a row. I even got to see in their head, see their thoughts, their motivations, and what they believe. But then when I was outside of their head and the time came for them to have a conversation that obviously is being monitored, they said these things, and I didn't even realize they were lying when they said them. So they're really good at, I guess, fooling the reader in the same way that the characters in the book are supposed to be fooled. It gave me a similar feeling to certain moments of Pact, where it's like a conversation is critically important. It comes down to the words you say. It could mean life or death. But yeah, no, not a lot more to say about it without like just going through the entire book. But I was very satisfied, excited to do the third book. Like, the first time I read book 1, I didn't immediately go into the second one because I was just like, At the very least, this time I read book 2 and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to immediately start book 3.
And this is the last one. Now, this one, right?
Yeah, the third one will be the last one.
And this is less regarded than the second, which is apparently a magnum opus, but you said it was mid as fuck and
so I don't know.
bad.
I don't know. I like the setup of book 2 more. So far, I think I'm liking the moment to moment of book 3.
Ooh, okay.
We'll see how book 3. Book 2, I gave it praise for doing the bare minimum character work, which book 1 did not do. Book 3, on the other hand, had a backstory that's like a fucking One Piece flashback. Nice. Like, genuinely, I was like, this is this is a level of sorrow I could never write. I was like, holy shit.
Let's go. Okay. Well, keep. I love it. Like, this is so. Like, the wall facers is the coolest thing ever for me. So, if this sticks the landing, and you said they're not that long,
They're really
may
not.
check these out. So, seeming good.
I'll keep you posted.
Y'all, let's finish the fight. Honestly, not as bad as expected with like 2 months off getting cucked by Mother Nature.
No, I was surprised.
We just gotta end this off with a quick little Inside Out 2 talk for whomst has seen that.
Inside Out 2. I was excited to watch this when the first Inside Out came out. I really loved it. I watched it multiple times in theaters, and I did cry during it. Shout out to my boy Bing Bong.
Rest in peace, Goat.
I really liked Inside Out 2. My initial take of the movie is that, and I liked it for very, very, very different reasons than I like Inside Out 1. Inside Out 1 has funny moments in it, just because, you know, it's a kid's movie, it's Disney, they have to entertain people. Inside Out 1 has funny moments. I wouldn't necessarily call it a funny movie, though, because the core, like, plot of what's happening is pretty serious.
Yeah.
Inside Out 2, I think, is just a fucking hilarious movie. I was laughing my ass off for a lot of it. I was really worried I wouldn't like the new emotions, because I got glimpses of the new emotions in the trailer, and I was like, they're...
What are they again?
So the new emotions are anxiety, embarrassment, ennui, which is kind of more like a bit of like teenage angst / independence. Like
it is what like you call the boredom.
Oh. Yes, which is a weird thing to describe.
It's like the spirit of rebellion a little bit, but not quite like with the fierceness of it.
Not quite.
Nonconformity.
It's what's the fourth one?
God.
It's
envy.
It's envy, something close like envy or something like that.
Yeah.
The very small one.
And like I saw them in the trailer, and my first thought was like, they're just here to sell more toys and merch and shit. But then when we got to the movie, for each of those four, I think within the first 5 seconds after they were introduced, I was like, okay, I really like this character.
Nice. Promising. Yeah, that's a good little bunch of new characters.
Yeah, I also saw Bradley. And I watched it with my family, with my mom and my dad. My mom, I think, really liked it. A very funny moment in the theater. We sat down and the movie starts, and my mother turns to me and she goes like, "So what new emotions are supposed to be in this?" And I just went, "Mom, why don't you just watch the movie and find out?"
We're about to fucking see.
I know. It's like you can't be serious right now. It's like the most mom thing you could do in a movie theater.
That's so fucking funny.
But I really enjoyed it. I think to make this compliment sandwich is that like I think the pacing of this is not nearly as good
I'll give you that.
Inside Out 1. I think part of it too is kind of like the situation they're in. So the setup of this basically is Riley is going to hockey camp, and she's going with two of her friends, and on the way to the hockey camp she finds out that her two friends will not be going to the same high school as she is. And at the same time, the hockey camp that they're going to is run by the head coach of the school that she is going to in high school, as well as the high school team.
So she's got to impress him, but her friends are going to leave her.
Yes, it's that kind of classic thing of like teenage shit, and like she goes through puberty, which is its own little funny.
Yeah, no horny emotion. They did Big Mouth.
No horny.
Damn. Not really.
Oh wait, you did just remind me though. There is one other emotion they do is a one-off, two-off joke. It's nostalgia, and she's this like she looks like this tiny little feeble old granny lady, and she'll like she'll walk in from the side of the screen. Do y'all remember when we were in second grade? And then all the other emotions are like, no, she's not old enough for you to be here yet. Go away.
They're like, come on, Grandma, back. It's like the meme of like, yes, Grandma, let's go back to bed.
Yeah.
Like they escort her down.
You'll get plenty of time later.
Yeah, but like I think what I really liked is that anxiety is kind of like the standout new emotion. They take the center stage of like what's going on in Riley's life. I thought they did a really good job of like kind of like showcasing what it's like to get your life just enveloped by anxiety.
and kind of explore that space a little bit of like, this is the role anxiety is supposed to play in your head, but here's what happens when it overtakes you, right? I think they did a really good job of that. I think my problem here is that like this happens over a course of 3 days, and Riley learns emotional control that 30-year-old people don't have.
She's literally built different, bro. Get
it's just like it's just like, okay, you could have expanded this out. It could have been more of like a week, maybe a month or something like that. But like I was just whatever.
Look, she learned how to deal with her emotions in book 1, so she's better at it. She's really good. It's like her strength now.
They also kind of world build more that I really, really enjoyed. I don't know what's your thoughts about that, Bradley, but they have like the vault of like hidden secrets, which is like all the stuff you're like ashamed or embarrassed of that you still really like. Like there's a cartoon character that's like a Dora the Explorer.
Oh yeah.
That shows up, and like they do the like tell Backy or Pouchy to open up, and like they just stare at the audience for like a solid like 2 minutes in the theater. Very good bit. As well as like I really like the sense of self that they showed, Bradley.
I like that, like, even the emotions, like, between the last movie and this one, they kind of learned, like, the emotions, like, crystallize into, like, core beliefs or whatever.
Yeah, which was in the first.
Yeah, well, it's like there's like a pool underneath the brain now that, like, you take, like, core memories and they, like, they turn into like your personal identity. Like for Riley at the beginning of the movie, it's like, I'm a good person. Like that's what always plays whenever she has to make a decision. And so it impacts it. And then like when anxiety comes around, it changes things around in a very interesting way that I found really enjoyable. I don't know if y'all know this. I don't know if you know this, Bradley, but when they were casting for the movie, they offered Amy Poehler, I think, like a 2-time or 3-time salary bump.
Damn.
But they didn't. And then when the rest of the cast asked for the same kind of salary or an equivalent salary bump or something, they refused. So the rest of the cast left.
Oh.
So like
that's why Bill Hader's not there.
That's why sadness and fear and disgust all sound different. Slightly.
Damn.
Yeah.
Stingy ass Disney, huh?
I know. It's like, wow, holy shit.
Here's the thing, you know what? That makes this interesting because one take I saw online that I don't know if it's factual that the movie would have been better like this, but I can see a case for it. One person said, like, why even introduce anxiety as a separate emotion? Because so much of like in the movie, they try to make a distinction between the anxiety emotion and the fear emotion. Even though most of the stuff they worry about is the same thing. And even then, there's even a moment where Fear's like, I really like this anxiety character.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I saw a lot of people online say it could have been cool to just give Fear a bigger role in this movie than he had in the first one and make him actually be problematic in the second one. But then that might explain why Fear wouldn't talk as much in this movie.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure. I feel like voice casting would happen late. Later in the script, but Disney likes rewrites. So, the thing with that is like when I think of Fear, it's like more primal, like some little skittery bug shit just going across the floor.
I think the distinction they make in the movie is like fear is for stuff that is in front of you, and anxiety is for stuff that may or may not be real.
Yeah, that's the important thing because like anxiety, like when they first come up, she like pulls out a fucking like Trello board that she's using to like decide like how they should like operate throughout the day and what needs to take a priority or not and what they need to do, which I thought was funny. Like they're like overly organized, right? And that's like how they make that distinction. I like how anxiety was like showed.
So like I could see the differences, but when Bradley says like the alternative would be give Fear a bigger character arc, I'm like, well, that is also better.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
It would be kind of cool, but like it
is what it is.
It is what it is, and like, but then you kind of get into like the same. Well, it's like okay, well then we're just really repeating Inside Out 1 again potentially, where it's like joy and one other emotion having like resolve their issues.
I do like in this one that they kind of like they cut the other half away, where like joy is with the 3 other emotions from the first movie more often than she is with sadness. So there's a little bit more dynamic and back and forth with them.
That's good.
It's nice. Funny. At the end of the day, I like the core message of the movie is the same. Oh my god, guys, we can't just have one emotion all the time. All the emotions are important.
Shit.
But also like it's nice because like joy is like has to teach that to another emotion because like anxiety takes over. So it's kind of like I had to embark that lesson I learned to this character. I think joy also goes through her own character arc too, where like again, but distinctly different. Like less controlling and more about like actually very reflective of like
when are the appropriate times for joy? Because like for example, there's a moment where like whenever things are first starting to get serious at this hockey camp and the coach is like yelling at Riley, all the other emotions like, okay, how are we going to handle this? And Joy's like, what do you mean how are we going to handle it? And she pushes a button and Riley like makes a joke or kind of talks back to the coach and gets in trouble. And then I think anxiety instead is like thinking about like, no, like if we want to succeed and get on this coach's good side and like be on this team, we need to fucking buckle down and calm down. And so anxiety takes over and it's like, okay, like we're locking in.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Are y'all excited for a third one if they make one? I mean, it seems like there's some legs here still.
I'd be interested because like coming out of the first one, I was like, oh, there's no reason to ever make an Inside Out 2. And maybe there wasn't a reason, but I did enjoy Inside Out 2. So if they made a third one, I don't think I'd be mad.
The only issue is like if we're going through different stages, I feel like the third one would have to be like Riley near almost adulthood, which is where things get really weird.
But that's what's cool about it, though.
Are they going to introduce the horny or romance emotion?
Yeah.
Like you go like.
I guess the thing is, I guess that's just no longer suitable for kids because adults are gremlin creatures.
Inside Out.
Yeah, give me Disney Plus only, like too spicy for the kids. Inside Out, it could be interesting.
Disney Plus.
Disney
Plus
X. Okay.
Yeah, I would enjoy a third one. But
I need to watch this. Seems good. I think I'd like it.
Yeah, I had a fun time. Once again, I think the pacing was just a little bit weird, and the story didn't flow nearly as like. I feel like Inside Out 1 was like a real, true adventure inside the brain of a child at that age, whereas this is kind of less so.
I also have to say, like, in Inside Out 1, I feel like the majority of the movie you're looking inside the brain and at all the different areas of the brain, and you get glimpses of Riley's life on the outside. I feel like a lot more of this movie's on the outside, and most of the stuff you see in the brain is the control room and some other places.
Yeah. But I think that's also like a decent direction because we have to... The thing about anxiety is you have to look at your entire surrounding of what's happening completely around you, and that's going to be hard to like showcase when you're just stuck in the head. So you kind of have to see everything else. But yeah, I got nothing else to say. Enjoyed the movie. I give it a solid 7.5 out of 10.
I'd give it that.
Good stuff. I will check this out whenever I find another Disney. Wait, I can just do my thing. Never mind. I'll check this out without Disney Plus. All right, y'all. That's it. Let's never let a storm or virus ever get in our way again.
Or weddings. None of y'all are allowed to get married anymore.
Put it on pause.
Have people schedule around us for once, and we'll just keep on keeping on with our clean schedule.
Is that we do a podcast at someone's like wedding or at least some sort of time beforehand, but that might be for
not at the wedding. I'm tired after these, bro.
No.
But like the wedding week.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
There is a wedding in August.
Yes.
I don't know what the sitch is, but